Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. This is RedSunGamer, son of a podcast, episode 54. Today's date, January 12th. Akimashite omedetou, people.
新年明けましておめでとうございます。今年もよろしくお願いします。
Oh, okay.
Okay, mate.
Listen to him go, listen to him go. And that person you just listened to was Cheesy. Hi, Cheesy.
Hello.
Happy New Year to you, sir.
Happy New Year.
Excellent. We also have, back in the chair, DC.
Hello there.
Hello there, sir. Happy New Year to you, sir.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year. Yes, yes, yes. And backing him up is Eric in Nara.
Hello.
Hello. How are you, sir?
I'm alive.
You are alive. Should I say Happy New Year to you as well?
Sure, Happy New Year to you, sir.
Excellent. And today, we have somebody who doesn't even reside in Japan. We have an outsider, but this outsider plays probably more Japanese games than I do. This is Johnny. Say hi, Johnny.
Hey, guys.
Hey, guy. You good?
I'm good, yes.
Excellent. People on the internet may know you as JustAnotherOtaku.
That's right, on Gaff and the Twitters.
Yes. So
Yep.
just putting a name to a voice. And I'm your host, DJMizuhara. So we are, according to NeoGAF, we're the 6th best podcast. Is that something to brag about? Who's giving somebody a hand job?
Yeah.
That sounds terrible.
Gotta pay the bills.
You gotta pay the bills. Ouch. Yeah, 6th best podcast. So, welcome to episode 54. Today we're going to be doing our games of the year. And we've got a whole bunch of them. But I don't think we're going to go through them all because there's about 50, 60 games on that list. So I don't think we'll go through that because by the time we finish, it'll be next year, and it'll be 2014. So I don't think we'll bother with that one. So what we've done is each person who's actually been on a podcast. So that's obviously myself, Cheesy, Eric, DC, Johnny, Kyle, Elliot, Hasemo. And Medi, yes. How can I forget the salsa dancing Medi? Yeah, and Medi and Stephen as well. We've all come up with our top 10 games of the year that we've played. Cheesy then did a sliding scale.
Yeah, so
based on
the first ranked game got 10 points, and the 10th ranked game got 1 point for each person.
Right. In at number 10,
Hatsune Miku, Project Diva F.
Who played that? I mean, come on.
A lot
Bunch of girls. No, yeah. So that was Kyle. That was Kyle's 5th choice, by the look of it. Steven's 8th best game of 2012. It's quite surprising. He actually bought it, but yeah, he bought it. It was his 8th best game he played. And Medi, number 3. Medi's...
He's crazy about that game.
He is, isn't he?
He wouldn't shut up about it. Oh, my God. He bought it twice.
You should have seen... Yeah, he bought it twice, right? You should have seen him at TGS in the hotel room. You remember that, don't you, Cheesy? You remember the hotel room? Him and Steven?
I don't know why I was so into it. It's just like... You see the buttons flying across the screen, right? And then you have to tap the buttons whenever they are aligned with the row on the top. It's like DDR.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, but they're all over the place, though. They're not static. They constantly move around the screen.
Yeah.
So, and you're not just using the face buttons as well. You're using the D-pad.
Yeah.
And then you're using them like in conjunction with each other as well, and it's really really difficult. But watching somebody play it is quite amazing. Watching somebody who can play it really well with both hands. Yeah, it's quite amazing to watch. But yeah, so
It's quite amazing because most people who play it tend to play with one hand, from what I understand.
Oh, really?
Anyway.
Yeah, box of Kleenex. Next. Alrighty, in at number 9.
It's Nayuta no Kiseki.
No one here on the actual podcast played it, but or ranked it rather. But Elliot wouldn't shut up about it, right?
Yeah, he went on at length about this game.
I'm actually, because Elliot ranked this as his second most favorite game of 2012, whereas Kyle ranked it 7, and I'm surprised because Kyle went on forever and ever about this series, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty surprised it wasn't higher, and Hasemo ranked it at number 6. So yeah, as you can see, they're the RPG guys: Hasemo, Kyle, and Elliot.
Mm-hmm.
I know nothing about the game, know nothing about the series, and I don't think I'll ever get into it. It's just not my type of game.
I started. I'm at the very start of the series. Like I'm not even close to getting to this game, but like it's a good series from what I can tell. But I'm just at the very beginning, so I haven't even touched this one.
DC, have you played this at all?
I haven't. No, I haven't bothered at all.
Have you not played any in the series either?
Not one. Not one.
Is that on purpose? Intentional?
No. It's something again with a long list of things I intend to get round to, but never do. I mean, I heard a lot of people go on about it, and Johnny Ram offline has been going on about the series as well. So it's something I want to give a try. I mean, there's a lot of buzz about it, so one day, maybe, eventually.
Okay, well, here's another game in the at number 8, which is Phantasy Star Online 2, and again, Hasemo, Kyle, and Elliot. Nobody here to talk about it because, it's just not my type of game. Oh, you played a bit of it?
I played a bit of it. Did you
get into the PS Vita beta?
I actually applied. I haven't actually checked my email. I'm hoping I'll get in. I started playing it on my laptop, but my laptop wasn't quite up to running it at full speed. But yeah, after I played a fair bit of PSU, and that was absolutely atrocious, basically. And it seems like it's back to being as fun as I remember. The Dreamcast, playing PSO on the Dreamcast. So I'm hoping I can get into the Vita version. Especially now I've got pocket Wi-Fi. It seems like a perfect match. I can play it on the go. So it could potentially be something I'll really get into. It didn't quite, because of obviously running like a dog on my laptop, I didn't spend as much time as I really wanted to. But I'm looking forward to it on the Vita. And maybe one day when I upgrade my PC, then I'll be able to play that as well and switch between the two.
Right, because I think it comes out on the 15th of this month, right? The beta. The beta starts for Phantasy Star 2 Online.
Yeah, something like 50,000 or something. Something weird like 50,002 or some strange number. But
yeah, I didn't get in.
Email.
I applied, but I didn't get.
Okay.
Didn't get in.
Oh really? I got in. I gave it away though.
Oh, you did?
Oops. Yeah, I gave it away.
Yeah. Hasemo, Kyle, and Elliot, they all got in by the sound of it. So yeah, I never got in. So damn, tied at 6. Oh God, go on, Cheesy, you do this one.
It's Ease. Salketa no Jukai.
Go on, I give you a guess who voted for these ones.
Hasemo, Kyle, Elliot. Yeah, this is another one that I like. Like I downloaded there's actually a free demo, which apparently has a decent chunk of the game, and you can like play up to it and then carry the save over to the retail game. But I haven't even loaded up the demo on the Vita. But this is like another one of those. I'm gonna get to this someday, kind of maybe. But yeah.
Yeah, same here. I bought it. It's sitting there. I bought the limited edition as well and haven't touched it. But again, Johnny Ram went crazy for it, finished it, I think, twice through maybe, and absolutely loved it. And again, another one that I want to get to.
Can I ask a question, though? Where do people find all of this time to play these RPGs? I mean, these are not small.
Let's see, hold on. I think not married. I think that's the...
Okay. No kids either, eh?
No kids that he's aware of. So yeah, I think that's how it works. Yeah.
No married, no kids means you can play lots of games.
I mean, like I clear RPGs, but like I clear like 2, 3, 4 RPGs a year, and I play nothing else. Like that's just how it turns out, I guess. Yeah, they just clear game after game after game.
Yeah, I mean, when I see them on Twitter and they're talking about it, that they've just finished another RPG, and I'm like, oh my God, where the hell did they get the time from? But yeah,
Forever Alone.
Forever Alone. But yeah, I guess you just hit the nail on the head, though, was not married. No, well, actually, Kyle's married, right?
Oh, yeah, that's true. He is. Yeah, but
Kyle-
he doesn't have a kid though.
Yeah, he's got no kids. Okay, so
Yeah, that's a big. That's a huge difference. Like I finished games when I didn't have a kid.
yeah, me too. I don't finish games anymore. Yeah, it's pretty sad. Pretty sad. Okay, so tying at number 6. Oh, this is a game for
Technically,
Eric, right?
number 6. Oh God, this game was so good.
What is it?
Final Fantasy Theatrhythm Final Fantasy. Man, I put so many hours into this, and this was a game that I wasn't actually going to buy. I was actually not going to buy it at all, and I ranked it number 2 for this past year. I mean, because like I was just looking at it, I'm like, it's probably a cash in. It's probably not that good, but I got it, and it was just like, because it's 2 games at once. I mean, we've talked about it, I'm sure, but it's just 2 games at once, and it's just so cool. And if you like, I mean, the same thing with I think Steve said it about Hatsune Miku. He was like, if the game itself is fun and you enjoy the music, it's great. And he didn't even care about the music, but like if the music game itself is fun, you can do whatever. But then if you add the music that you enjoy, it just gets even better. Like I never cared about music games. I just don't care about them because they're usually those wub wub wubs, or those are like electronic hip hoppity boopty boops that you guys all listen to. But like I don't really get into that, because I actually have taste. But like with
Oi, less of that. I'm gonna drop you from this call next.
with this, it was just like all this stupid Final Fantasy, stuff that I love, and like it even had like an RPG element to itself. So it was just like hours after hours that I just pumped into this game. It was just so much. It was just so satisfying. It was a really satisfying game to just tap away at. And just like do it was almost Pokemon-ish. You gotta catch them all. There's characters to unlock, and there's more songs to unlock, and there's just all this stuff to do. And just really, really packed for like. They said they had day 1 DLC, and I was like, oh man, day 1 DLC. This like the game's not even gonna have anything. It's gonna be so like cut short, but like it had almost every single song I wanted it to have, and it just had so many songs too. I think it had more than 50 songs, maybe. I don't remember exactly, but it just had a lot of content. It was a really just content-rich package that I just played for so many hours.
So you said in when you opened up and said that this was your second most favorite game of the year, you said you almost didn't buy it.
Right, because I was afraid that it would be like a cash-in.
Right. Oh, okay. Cheesy, you based this at number 5.
Right.
Why?
I was really looking forward to another Oendon game, but it has yet to arrive. So when I played this at TGS last year, I'm sorry, it should be 2 years ago.
2 years ago, right?
Yeah, I played this at TGS in 2011, and it was the one game of the show that most impressed me. And that was in spite of its kind of chibi graphics, which I really hate. I really can't stand the graphics at all, and yet the gameplay itself, it's for some people. I guess it's targeted at a female audience or something.
Ooh, excellent.
Yeah, but in spite of the graphics, the gameplay itself is a very worthy successor to Oendon in that it gets you doing different actions on the screen in time with the music, and precision really matters. And if you are able to be precise enough consecutively, I mean, you'll get consecutively better points. And I mean, you have to see, how many consecutive beats that you can get correctly and try to get a perfect score for a given stage. You've got to make sure that you don't miss any beats, and then you get each one just right. So it allows you a lot of opportunity to test yourself and replay songs to see if you can get a better score each time. It also has branching paths in the summons. So if I don't know even how you unlock them. I think you have to activate a summon through doing well in a certain phrase.
In a section of the game, there'll be like silver dots that happen, and as long as you don't miss 3, you can miss up to 2. As long as you don't miss 3 in that section, it'll do a summon, and that does more damage, or does this a certain way of doing damage.
Right.
which like helps that other part of the game. Because like the way you tap is for the music game, but then like your character and their skills, like they affect like the battle part of the game, and like they're actually kind of separate. Like they track separately. They don't like you can do perfectly, and based on how strong your characters are, you'll get farther on how good they are and how their skills are. So they're connected, but they're still separate in a way. It's kind of cool.
What's really nice, though, is that the game keeps track of how well you've done on each phrase of each song. So if you have done, poorly in one phrase of the song and you come back and play it through it again later and improve upon your score for that section, it will increase the completion bar for that phrase of the song and save it. So you can see where you're weak in the song and where you still need to improve. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that was cool.
One drawback in the game, though, is maybe it's just a weak part of the game, is the intro and outro for each of the Final Fantasy games in the series, in the series play mode. Basically, it shows like the opening roll, like the story in front of the crystal, whatever. And basically, all you do is tap the screen when the icon reaches the center of the screen, and that's it.
You get a point. Yeah, you get points. You can skip that, though.
Yeah, it is skippable. I mean, the points add up, and you probably still want them anyway. It's just
you do want the
really,
points,
really dull.
Yeah, that was weird, but that's like the only thing I would complain about.
Yeah, I mean, I would much rather have those songs, even if it's just, the prelude theme, which is what usually is. Even if those tunes were charted properly, it would be worth playing, I think. So that was one drawback.
Cool. Alrighty, well, let's hit number 5. Kid Icarus Uprising.
Mm-hmm.
This was Kyle's number 9, Cheesy's number 7, Hasemo's number 4, Elliott's number 5, Steven's number 9, DC's number 10, and Eric's number 10, and I didn't rank it. Actually, in this top 10, I've only got one game in this top 10.
Did you play it, though?
I played it, and I was very disappointed.
Did you? Because I was disappointed in the land parts, but the flying parts I thought were really, really fun. I was why it's squeaked into 10.
That's what I was just about to say. The on foot parts were like, to me, were a nightmare.
They were atrocious.
They were absolutely atrocious. But the flying bits were great, but it still wasn't enough for me to put it in my top 10. There was other games I preferred. I didn't like basically playing it with a stand. I couldn't really play it holding it without the stand.
Really? You needed the stand? Huh?
Yeah, I kind of needed the stand. I just felt uncomfortable with it.
Really?
Yeah. So I tried. I put it on my knee and stuff like that, like sitting in bed trying to play it, but it just felt uncomfortable. So the only time I played it was like at a table, at a desk, and I was like, what's the point? It's meant to be a portable game, and I couldn't really play it as a portable because, so it didn't rank in my top 10 at all. So.
Well, I had it worse. I'm left-handed.
Ah.
Oof.
Ouch.
Yeah, so I had to play it with the Circle Pad Pro, and it doesn't support dual analog play.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, it was a bit of a mess.
So I'm trying to move my character with the right stick and then aim with the stylus in my left hand, and it really wasn't working too well because, you're trained to move the character with your left hand. And here I'm having to flip that because I'm left-handed, and I'm like, no, just let me move the character with the left stick and then aim with the right stick would be great. But so that's what's held it back for me in the list. Otherwise, it would be higher because I certainly enjoyed the world, the missions, the graphics, the banter between the characters. It was all really well presented.
The banter was pretty funny.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. And the music was beautiful. The music was so good. I actually ordered the soundtrack off the Club Nintendo.
Oh, yeah, wow. I got that too. That was really nice.
Yeah, it was a beautiful soundtrack. I think that was
that was easily the best part of the game.
Yeah, exactly. That and the banter.
Yeah. And level 5, I think. Was it level 5? Without giving it away for the 2 people who haven't played it yet, the kind of freaky level where it plays with you, and the sort of, the 3D pops in and out.
Yes.
Like that level was absolutely amazing. But
I think I got to 4 actually before I sold it.
Oh no!
Why you level 4 and then you sold it?
Yeah, and this one the price was still good. Did anybody play the multiplayer online?
I have not.
Some of it, yeah.
Because that was kind of like the one mode was kind of neat. Yeah, because basically what it was basically deathmatch, except when like your team had a health bar, and when you died, like you, based on how strong your weapon was, it took away a chunk of the health bar. The stronger weapon you used, the more of it took away, and but the last person who died that took away all, finished off the health bar. Instead of you losing, they turned into pit or dark pit, and then they became more powerful. But if they died, the team loses. So it's kind of a neat dynamic where, like, if you were losing bad, you had another kind of chance because you had a powerful character. But once they're gone, your team was done. So it was kind of fun. It was still the land thing. So it was those awkward controls on the ground, but it was kind of a neat multiplayer. I played that a bunch, but yeah, it just wasn't enough for me to keep the game.
Is this multiplayer? Is this local or online?
It was online, actually.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think it was. I think I was playing it online. Pretty sure I was playing that online.
Yeah, it was online. Yeah.
Johnny, did you play it?
I did, yeah. It wasn't didn't have my personal top 10, but definitely enjoyed it.
Number 4, Persona 4, Golden. Do we say the Golden or Golden?
The Golden.
Is it the Golden? I'm pretty sure they left it as the Golden, but in the game it's just Golden. Is it not? Am I going crazy?
God, I'd have to boot it up. like I have the sticker on my PSP and it says Persona 4 the Golden.
Yeah.
And on the icon on the Vita, it's Persona 4 the Golden, and yeah, it's the Golden. So that's I don't know if they changed it for the English release, but on the Japanese release, it's the Golden.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's the US release or the English release then. So yeah, Persona 4 the Golden. Hasemo's number 8, Steven's number 4, Elliot's number 7, Eric's number 5, and Kyle's number 4. So there's obviously only one guy here who played it. So take it away, Eric.
I mean, I haven't even finished it, but it's just the same. I mean, like, it's the game that I wanted to play years ago that I never got to play. I never finished playing, rather. Persona 4 on the PS2, but now it's actual portable, which is just like, for a game like this, that's really nice because it's so long and there's just so much. So the whole, like, I mean, I love the PS2. Like, I could talk for hours about how much, like, the PS2 makes me happy.
What, but the PS2 as a system or the game?
As the games on the system.
Okay.
But, no sleeping. You can't put it to sleep. And, like as soon as I heard that the Vita version of Persona 4 was existing, I reserved a Vita, first of all. And then I went and I sold my copy of Persona 4, which, because of how those games are, like, I still got a chunk of change for it. Even that late into its life.
They still hold. They still hold up.
I got a chunk of change. I think I might have got like 4,000 yen for it.
Wow.
And like, I went and got that. I sold that and reserved the Vita because, like, I wanted to actually play it because I liked what I played on the PS2 version. And but the thing is, I haven't actually gotten that far into the. I mean, I did actually get decently far. I got past where I got originally on the PS2 version.
So how many hours did you get into it?
God, I couldn't even tell you. I really don't. 20-ish, I think, maybe more.
Because I know people are putting like 80 hours, 90 hours into this.
Oh yeah, I know I'm nowhere. But it's just like any of these Megaton games, they just have so much content and so much stuff to do. Especially the Persona games, there's just so many different ways, like all the interacting with all the characters. I mean, if you played Persona 4, it's just that with more. And I mean, this mostly got 5 in my ranking just because of excitement. Like I enjoyed, like, just not even playing it that much. I just had so much fun with what I played.
Right.
And just like so much excitement to keep playing. I just haven't had the time to get to it, but yeah, it's good, it's just good. And if you even liked Persona 3, like, and that was another thing, like Persona 3, the PSP version was kind of like scaled down to go on the PSP. Like all the walking around in school and stuff got turned into menus and all that. But as opposed to that, like the Vita version of Persona 4 did not get scaled down. It's pretty much the PS2 version plus, which is very nice. So, I mean, what I played, I had so much fun with, and I just want to keep playing it when I have the time.
Cool.
End scene.
Yeah, I think I'm the same as Eric. I didn't put it in my list because I played through Persona 3, and I think I ended up dropping about 120 hours into it. So Persona 4, I got about 15 hours into the PS2 version, and then I've started playing the Vita version, and I'm roughly about the same, like 15 hours or so, but it just feels like I haven't put the time into it, to make the list. But it's definitely, it just seems fantastic. It's going to be something I keep playing. Just haven't put the time in to make the list.
Did you get the US version or the Japanese version?
I started the Japanese version.
Right.
And then for some reason decided just to sell it and switched over to the US version. No real reason why.
Are you downloading the US version, or are you actually buying a physical copy?
No, I'm downloading everything from the US rather than buying physical.
Wow.
So at the moment, I started off buying physical for Japanese and then just downloading from the US, but now I've switched over just to buying downloads for both, just because it's less of a hassle. And those little cards, I've already nearly lost a couple, so...
Almost, yeah. Well, I lost, what was it? I think it was Street Fighter on the 3DS on the first day.
Oh, wow.
I don't know. I have absolutely no idea where I lost it.
I wouldn't really call that a loss.
I actually lost a Vita.
It is sad.
You lost a Vita?
I remember hearing that story. Yeah, that was kind of sad.
Basically, I usually walk in and out of work, and the back of my bag was open. So somewhere between work and home, it had gone. So I was like, shit.
Hang on. What? Are you riding? You running? What?
I was running. So it had fell out, and I actually got lucky. One time my wallet fell out, and after about 500 meters or so, I realized that the back of my bag was open, and I ran back, and my wallet was just there on the ground. People were walking around it. No one had touched it, but unfortunately for the Vita, it had gone, which is kind of ironic.
It's Japan for you, though, right?
Yeah.
Wow. So, were you wearing headphones? You didn't hear it? What?
Yeah, I usually have headphones on when I'm running.
Right, fair enough. Sorry for your loss.
That was fine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, in at number 3. Number three is... I'm going to leave this one for Eric, so his pants explode.
Oh, Bravely Default Flying Fairy. Oh my goodness. And wow. It was I mean, like, I was raving about it.
Yes.
I was raving about it the last time. And then after that podcast, I spent like the first week and a half of my winter vacation finishing the game. And I can't even talk about it because, like, what happens in the later half of the game is just so much of a spoiler to talk about. It's just like, I think actually, DCharlie, if you don't mind saying, like, your wife played it, right, and beat it, and she raved about it, right?
Yes, she did. He's away getting some water.
Oh, okay. And but like what he was saying was just how like there's a plot twist. There's a bit of a shock, but it's not that great. It's like you can kind of see it coming, but then they just start doing more and more, and every single one after that is like, no, seriously, no. It's like, oh my god, seriously, what are you doing? And like, it's such a good story. And like, the story is just so enjoyable. But like, I can't talk about it because it's so spoilers. It's just it gets so good. It gets so good. It's just like I was honestly. I mean, like I was saying before, you're like, how could you beat RPGs? Because I'm a father with a wife and a son, and all that stuff. Every night for a winter vacation, I was up until 3 a.m. playing this game.
You crazy?
Just up until, and then like come like the next day, like my wife would be like, "Hey, 7 o'clock time, we got stuff to do." So I'd be up at 7 a.m. and I'd be dying. But then the next day I'd be up until 3 a.m. playing Bravely Default because it just got so good.
It got so good. So this was Eric's number 1.
Yes,
Your number 1. This is Cheesy's number 3, Hasemo's number 2, and Elliot's number 1.
yeah, it's just, and if you noticed, like the people that ranked it 2 and 3, they didn't beat the game. If they had beaten it, they would. I'm serious. Like it just gets so.
Well, actually, Hasemo just got it.
Yeah, he just got it.
He's fallen in love with it already. I mean, he's only had it for less than a week.
Yeah.
And he's fallen in love with it. You can see on Twitter he's head over heels with it, which is it's quite amusing. So yeah, I mean, if he finishes it, it'll probably change to his number 1.
I mean, it's so good. And like, yeah, it gets better. It really does get better, and like, it plays with you. It plays with you in ways you wouldn't. I mean, because like the guy who wrote it, he did. I don't want to drop things. He did Steins Gate, and I should have. I don't want to say see it coming, because like just because I played Steins Gate doesn't mean I understood where like the Bravely Default story would have gone. But I just should have realized sooner that like not everything was as it seems.
Right.
And like, because it just gets, I mean, there's just, and like I think I said before in the last podcast, like the villains, especially in this game, they're just really good villains. And I think that really makes an RPG, is if the villain is someone you can enjoy hating.
So this is probably the best game to come out of Square Enix in a long time, right?
I mean, I haven't been, I'm a fanboy, so I don't have that many complaints about Square Enix in the past few years, but easily, yeah.
Yeah, so why the hell isn't this not being localized? Obviously, in Japanese, it's an expensive production already.
Yeah, but it did really well here.
But it did really well here. But I mean, given everyone's raved about it. I'm surprised that we haven't heard anything about it being localized for
That's sad. I hope it does, on the same token, I hope they get someone good. I hope they get someone good to do the translation, because it's gonna. I wouldn't say it's difficult necessarily, but it needs to be done right.
Right. So there's no furigana. It's all hiragana and kanji, right?
Yeah, but it's voice act. Every story part is voice acted too. That's another
what I'm
thing.
saying is, I mean, if you knew a little bit of Japanese, you're not going to be able to get along with it, right?
No, you need to have a pretty complete knowledge of the language in order to play this and enjoy it.
Yeah.
Right.
And I mean, even at the end, like I understood, but even then, I went running to Elliot and I'm like, "Hey, Elliot, let's talk about the ending," and we did. Not for because I didn't understand the Japanese, but just because like I wanted to talk to someone about the ending.
There's no furigana on top of the kanji, right?
No, there's not.
Right, so that's what I was trying to allude to.
I mean, there is voice acting though, which is a help.
Right. Is it voice acted through the entire game?
All the major story scenes.
Oh wow! So I mean, given your playtime for this, what was the playtime?
110 hours.
Holy crap! So that's definitely worth your 4,500 yen.
Yeah, it was like, I don't know if I'll ever play it again, but it was. I mean, I got both endings, and it was worth every moment. It was so good. It was yeah. Like, this is easily my favorite RPG since Chrono Trigger, maybe.
Whoa!
Well, let's go back sometime. So, DC, you got this. Did you actually wipe your wife's memory? Yeah.
No, in the end, I sat and thought about it. I was like, right, do I wipe this? And I took you guys' advice and just basically got my own copy. I got the download version, some spare Nintendo bucks, so I used it on that and Fantasy Life. But I've yet to start. I mean, I got a couple of hours into it when I first got it, but my wife played it through.
Yeah, she's finished. I mean, 100%ed everything, right?
Yeah, everything unlocked, all characters maxed out, all jobs maxed out, all the secrets found, etc.
Eric, did you do that?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't done that in an RPG in years, but like every character was level 99. Every single job, I maxed them out. I unlocked every single job. I did everything because it was just so much, and like it was a really good battle system too. which is a really important thing for me with an RPG. I've played some stupid story RPGs because I like the battle system, but this had like the battle system and the story. It was just such, and the soundtrack was good too. Like, it was just such a package.
So Square Enix released 5 demos in Japan, right?
Yeah, which I was constantly joking about because like the first one was literally
an AR movie.
AR movie, yeah.
Yeah.
And then like the next one, like it was an AR movie and you can move the character to the right of the screen and talk to somebody and it was over. And then the next one, like you could go to the towns and talk to people. And then the next one, you could like do a battle. And but I mean, like there were like 1 or 2 things every single time. But it was interesting. And then like the game itself was like, wow.
But I mean, those demos. What I'm trying to say is, those demos that came out, did they not make you like worried? I mean, you not play this demo and go, this is not what I'm expected.
They made me curious. I mean, they made me want to buy it. They definitely made me want to buy it. And I liked what they did with the last demo, which was it wasn't your save got to carry over, like your progress, I should say. But like if you completed the demo entirely, you started the game with some bonus items, which was kind of cool. So that was kind of neat. I didn't do everything. I think actually Hasemo did everything. He did everything. So when he started with everything.
Yeah, I did everything too.
Oh, so everything transfers from the demo into the full game?
No, I'm sorry. When you do everything, you start the full game with a bunch of bonus items.
Ah, right.
You have to meet certain objectives.
Yeah. There's quests to do and like other things like that. And if you do them, like for each one you do, you start the game with something. So it just kind of like gives you a little, it's kind of like a little thank you for playing the demo. It gives you a little boost at the beginning, which is kind of cool.
That's cool. So you got 110 hours into this. Cheesy, how many hours you get it?
Well, thus far, I put 11 hours into the final demo, which was crazy. That's basically my demo of the year. But yeah, I'm still just 25 hours into the game itself. I haven't gotten back to it yet, but I fully intend to.
Oh, okay. Okie dokie. Well, now that the new year started, there's a bit of a lull at the moment of new releases, so you've got some time.
Yeah, I've got some time. I don't see any new releases on the horizon for the first half of the year.
Exactly. So there you go. No problem at all. So, okay, let's move on. Number 2. Again, I have not played this game.
Why not?
Because he has taste.
Oh, no.
Oh, snap. Snap. Yeah, okay. Number 2 is Journey. And
I love
this
that
is
band.
Cheesemeister's number 2, Steven's number 3, DCharlie's number 4, JustAnotherOtaku, or Johnny. Hi, Johnny. You still there?
I am. Yes,
Yep.
I'm still alive.
Yep. Good. Johnny's number 2 and Medi's number 2. So you guys want to tell me why I should play this?
Because it's short. It's actually it was a game that I hated Flow and I hated Flower. I couldn't stand either of them, even though I finished Flower. But I just didn't really get either of them. Well, there isn't that much to get, I guess, with those two games. And to be honest, Journey isn't too dissimilar in that sense, but it clicked for some reason. I guess artistically, it's a lot nicer looking. The sound, the soundtrack there is very good, especially when it ramps up near the end. The story, obviously, we can't talk about the story because if you're going to play it, then what story there is it is the crux of the actual game. But for me personally, I hadn't really thought anything about it. I really had no interest in getting it. I just got it on a whim. And at the time, I think I was playing Mass Effect 3, and I quite like the Mass Effect series, and I was about 10, 15 hours into it. And then I played Journey, and I think it takes about an hour and 20, hour and 30 to finish it, maybe on your first run. It's pretty short. And it just killed my interest in gaming for like a month. I just didn't want to play anything else.
It's the anti-game.
It was kind of like, after I played it, it was like, because it was so short and because it has quite a, it leaves an impression on you, put it that way. It's all very well worked, the way that you're constantly interacting with random unknown people online who you don't get to find out who it is until the very end of the game. It's all, it sort of just killed. I didn't really want to go back into something that was going to take me like 20, 30 hours, and I just sort of fell off gaming for, at least 3 or 4 weeks.
Wow.
But it was an awesome experience. I don't think it's not a fantastic game. This is sort of a strange thing to say for my 4th ranked game of the year. It's not so much a great game, but a great experience. And I know that's probably a really cliche thing to say, but that's how I felt. At the end of it, I was just like, wow, that was really something. I'm glad. And then you sort of go into people and say, you got to play it, but not being able to fully talk about what makes the game so good.
Cheesy, why is this your number 2?
This game really just resonated with me. I mean, from the moment I picked up the controller, I was this little hooded character trotting across the desert, this really pretty, glistening desert, and, just wandering through these ruins and finding all these relics. Not in a treasure hunting sense, but seeing, the remains of what was apparently this civilization. And as you progress through this landscape on your way up to this mountaintop, you just see everything there was about this civilization and what it represented and what goal you're trying to reach as you work up to this mountaintop, and everything that you have to go through, and the people that you travel with. There are just so many ways in which this game really connects with you as a player and as a person, even. This game obviously isn't so much centered on, Twitch action or things that we would traditionally consider to be important in a game. It's more about your experience, and it really adds to what a game can be, which is why a lot of critical response has been so positive about this game. I personally really liked the soundtrack. I went and bought the soundtrack separately. It has since been nominated for a Grammy for Best Interactive Soundtrack, or Best Soundtrack in Interactive Media. It's highly recommended. The theme music for the last level of the game always gives me goosebumps, and it's just goosebumps.
It always gives them boobs.
Boobs?
No. It's just really, really chilling and euphoria inspiring. And I would just really highly recommend this game to anybody.
Oh, really? So it's more of an experience than anything else.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so Johnny.
Yep.
What have you got to say about this little title?
Exactly what's been said before. It's definitely an experience. Like you said earlier, I do get through a lot of games in a year, and this is one that just it did make me stop.
Well, for the 2-hour experience, though, do you not think the $15 that they were asking for was a bit much?
Not really, because honestly, I haven't been as affected, if that's the right word, since Shadow of the Colossus when playing this.
Oh, really? Someone's dying? Who's that? Who's dying? Is that Eric?
Just a little something stuck in my throat. That's okay. Go on.
Carry on. Johnny, keep going.
Yeah, no, sometimes it's hard to talk about experience and stuff without sounding really pretentious in the game as art whole discussion, but it's really one of them things that just needs to be played to be understood, really.
So did you buy this day one?
Yeah.
What was the reasoning behind it? Was it there was a demo, right? There was a beta?
Yes, but I don't think I played much of that.
Right, okay. So
it was really coming off Flow on Flower, which I loved as well.
Oh, you and DC should have a chat. I actually like Flower. I finished Flower.
Yeah.
I think it's, I've been back to Flower since, after basically slagging it off. Not slagging it off. It just, for some reason, it just maybe drags a little bit. The levels, just collecting. And like I say, I did finish it. In fact, I finished it twice. But, Journey is just several times better, in my opinion. It just clicked so much more. I mean, there's certain sections. There's one section graphically that's the music, the graphics, where you're basically surfing, and you go through a section of ruins, and it's sort of you can see the sun coming through through the archways, and it sounds like nothing, but when you hit it and the music hits, and it's just absolutely stunning, and that all sort of starts. You and the person whoever it is online, you're sort of sliding down these areas, and the gameplay itself is not really much of anything, but the experience of doing it and then how it all fits together at the end is just incredible.
Excellent.
I'm actually curious, Eric, did you actually play it, or?
No, I haven't. I had no interest whatsoever.
It's not Japanese.
Yeah.
Is that the reason? Is that the reason behind you not wanting to play it?
No, it's just whenever people talk about the game, they categorize it with other games. I never actually played Flower, as I like to call it.
Flowery in Japan.
Flowery?
Yeah.
It's was it Kaze no Tabibito in Japanese for Journey?
Yes.
So I mean, it's not necessarily like a who made it kind of thing. But when people throw it into the same category as Eco or Shadow of the Colossus, I just kind of groan and say I'll never play it and just play something I actually have fun with.
Okay, it's hard words.
Well, the other thing, I don't mean everyone's yeah, I played it. It was such an experience. I didn't play video games for 4 weeks. Oh, okay. The last time I didn't play video games for 4 weeks, it was because I played something that was so bad. Hey, whatever works for you. But I just don't have any interest in it.
Fair enough, no problem.
What about you, Martin? Why didn't you play Journey?
I'm trying to actually think now. When did it actually hit?
It's
March, I think. Yeah.
March.
Yeah.
If it hits in March, I just started school, and I was probably really busy. The start of school in Japan is quite hectic. I've got 4 schools. I'm not going to start making excuses up because that's kind of lame.
4 schools. Oh wow, that's almost as much as the 8 that I have.
Yeah, but I'm doing 1 school every day. Not are you doing 8 schools during the week? No, I'm doing 1 school every other day.
No, I do a school every other day too. But anyway, go on.
Yeah, so I'm just busy. That's all, I guess. And
no, it is busy time. It's very busy time.
Yeah, start of Japanese school is very busy, and I just guess it just passed me by. And by the time maybe I got round to playing some games, it had fallen off my radar because there was other stuff coming out. And I think I was on a Vita trip at the time, I guess. Vita, I guess Gravity Days had just come out just a month beforehand, right? It was February, right?
Right?
Stop trolling you.
Martin, do you think this is a game that you'll want to go back to, or are you just going to let it pass you by?
Well, considering the amount of praise it's had, I think I should play it. I played the beta, and I enjoyed the beta. I just enjoyed just wandering around and just generally just checking out the environment. And sand surfing was quite fun. Visually, it was stunning, and this was just a beta. So yeah, I think I should. With it being on PS Plus as well now for $7, I don't think I have an excuse anymore.
Not really. No.
I don't know. It's one of those games as well. Actually, you can play it on remote play, right, on the Vita. Is it? DC, do you know if it's a remote play?
I'm not sure.
I think it is, yeah.
It is, right? I'm pretty sure.
So.
Yeah, I should just download it and then play it on the Vita in bed or something. 2 analog sticks, right? So, yeah, I think if anyone can confirm that it's a remote play game, I'll go buy it now. Anyway, so in at number 1 are the best game that we played as a collective. Don't start. Come on. We gave you your platform for Bravery Default and stuff.
No, I'm sorry. I just had something stuck in my nose. Go ahead.
Don't. You're evil, man. You're evil. Anyways, in at number 1, this was Cheesy's number 1, Hasemo's number 3, Kyle's number 1, Steven's number 2, Medi's number 4, my number 1, and Elliot's number 4. It's Gravity Days.
Yeah.
Wow. I think this is the best game I've ever played on a handheld. I didn't expect what I played. Simple as that. I didn't think I was going to get that kind of experience. Those kind of visuals, the music, the gameplay, it all just come together, and I was stunned by it. I got to play it before the Vita was actually launched as well. So I was just using the gyros. I felt that this game already, before I'd actually got to play the full game, I was having so much fun with the gyros, like targeting an enemy and then fine-tuning it or tweaking it with the gyro. Was really, I thought it was really satisfying, using the analog sticks to home in on the enemy you want to attack, and then you could fine-tune it with the gyros.
To be clear, you're talking about the gravity kick.
Yeah, the gravity kick, right?
So when you're aiming at an enemy, you're floating midair, basically. You're trying to find an enemy somewhere around you that you want to aim at.
Yes.
So you're aiming at an enemy, and you're using the analog stick to target the enemy first off. Then you press the square button to start flying. Start flying at the enemy.
Yes.
Kick at it. And as you're flying towards the enemy, you might find that your aim is a little off. You're like veering off course a bit. So you want to use the gyro sensor in the Vita to fine tune the course along which you're falling so that you wind up kicking the enemy square in the little red orb that you're trying to hit.
Yes, thank you. I was just trying to remember. I haven't played it since forever. But yeah, so, I mean, I think that was the first time I played it, and I was already like amazed with what I was playing. The whole mechanic, the floating mechanic, the gravity mechanic was I thought was amazingly implemented. It just felt so good. Just being able to run around this nice, beautifully rendered city, and then hit the gravity, and then like she just obviously starts to levitate in that, and then just move around the environment, and then like just shoot off into nowhere and just collect orbs. I was just invigorating for me. It was something. I sat in my car for hours playing this game. As I said on other podcasts, I've turned into a portable guy, being at home with 2 kids, and that you don't have much time for console games. So I turned into a portable gamer, and I played the crap out of this in my car, and I've had so much fun. I plugged the Vita into the stereo of my car, nice and loud, getting some funny looks as people walk past. What's going on? Yeah, this beautiful music, great gameplay. Yeah, I couldn't put it down until I finished it. I was extremely happy. Although I didn't buy the DLC for it.
You didn't?
No. Should I?
Yeah, it's just some extra fun that you can have with the game. I mean, it's a bit more of the same. I mean, you've just got some more small story type missions that you go through, and it gives you a few more costumes as well. So it's more fun to be had, certainly.
I approve of this game because there's a cat in it as well. I like cats. So, anyway, hang on. DC.
Yes.
You didn't have this in your top 10 at all.
That's right.
That's quite... Is that not strange? Did you not play it?
It's another game where I haven't put enough time into it, but to be honest, it didn't click.
Oh, it didn't?
I think I played maybe 2 hours or so.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I wasn't offended by it, but it didn't have the same effect as it had on you guys. It was just like, yeah, it's okay. I'll go back to it maybe, and to be honest, it hasn't dragged me back. It's something, again, I want to go back to at some point, but to be honest, there's quite a few things ahead of it. I wasn't offended by it by any stretch, but it didn't blow me away or anything. I just thought it was fairly standard.
Was it the open world that pushed you away?
I don't know what it was. I mean, I didn't feel the combat clicked that well.
Right.
And I don't know, just at the start, I mean, the presentation I thought was great. The storytelling, the way it's done through the, the sort of storyboards that you can move around.
They're almost 3D-like as well, right?
Yeah, they're really well done. But, there was nothing that really screamed for me to go back to it.
Well, I think at the beginning, because you level up your abilities, right?
Yeah.
I think that's probably the where you probably didn't click with it, is because the abilities you start off with are pretty like poor, obviously.
Right.
But obviously, the more you play it and the more experience you get and the more you level up, obviously the game becomes a lot better.
Yeah.
So it might click with you a little further down the line once you start to level up. I don't know.
I'll add it to my list of things to go back to.
Things to go back to.
Get back
Were you disoriented at all?
No. Well, I guess once or twice at the start, but then I sort of figured it out fairly quickly.
Okay.
Alrighty. Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, I played it through to the finish, really enjoyed it, but I don't think it was top 10 for me.
It's your number 2. It's your number 2. So it is in your top 10.
No, that's Journey, isn't it?
Oh, God, yeah, sorry. I'm going crazy. It wasn't even in your top 10, yeah? Wow.
No, I think it sort of ran out of ideas a bit towards the end.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
But
I still really enjoyed it. I mean, I still thought it was a decent enough game. Don't regret buying it or anything, but just...
So, I mean, looking at your list, though, your list is predominantly console games, so is it something that you just rather play a console game? You'd rather play on your big TV?
No, I have no real preference. I love my portables, but I just think that game itself just sort of... It was 3/4 of the game, could have ended a bit sooner.
Oh, okay. Who's getting arrested?
That's the one that it's not me.
Coming to get you, DC.
I live in fear.
Excellent. Yeah, so by the looks of it, Gravity Days was RSG's number 1 game of 2012.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was fully deserved. I don't know.
It's just a fantastic game all around.
Really looking forward to Gravity Nights.
Boogie Nights, Boogie Days.
No, it's hopefully Sony have green-lighted the project. Okay, so yeah, Gravity Days, RSG's number 1 game of 2012. So let's quickly run through a list of our top 10 games of the year. So my top 10 was, number 1 was Gravity Days. Number 2 was Gunslinger Stratos, the arcade game by Square Enix. I've got a quick thing to say about this. The reason this is number 2 is I've lived in Japan now for 7 years, and there hasn't been a game to get me back into the arcade. This is the game that brought me back to the arcades. I was blown away by it. Holding 2 pistols in my hand felt like Chow Yun-fat in the John Woo movie. Then using them in combination, like stacking them to emulate a different weapon, it's so good. Watching people online, people's different strategies online of like to kill people like bringing down buildings and stuff. I'm dropping them on other people's heads and stuff, like blowing them up and stuff. The combat just felt great. It looks great. It was online. It was Japanese, and I was like, wow, the Japanese really know how to do... Well, this particular game, the Japanese really know how to do online play as a third-person shooter. And I was just so impressed. And as I said, it was the first game to get me back into the arcades. And so much so that I go to the arcade like 3 times a week now to play this.
What?
I played it once. It was pretty fun.
I really enjoy it. I really watching, because there's a spectator mode, because this is like in the arcade I go to, there's 8 machines all linked up, and it's always packed, always people playing online, and there's a spectator PC in the center, and you can watch it, and you can watch the online battles, and watching people's strategies is really interesting to me, to see how different people do it and how different teams go about taking out their other team members and stuff. The characters are all really varied. I was just blown away, and I was surprised that it was a shooter to get me back into the arcade. I'm normally a racing guy. I would have thought a racing game would have pulled me back into the arcade, but it wasn't. It was a shooter. So, and it was a Japanese shooter as well, which I didn't think would ever happen, but it did. And I'm pleased. And I just wondering why the hell haven't they ported this to the consoles? I think it would work really well. I don't know. Has anyone else played it other than Mr. Troll, Eric?
Jeez, no. You didn't play it, right? We went and a bunch of us played it, but you didn't play, right?
Yeah, we had a party of 9, so I said I'd sit out.
Right, yeah.
Oh, you didn't play it? Okay.
Yeah, Cheesy was there. He watched us play it, but he didn't play.
Okay.
It was fun. It was a really neat game, but...
It's my number 2, essentially because it brought me back to the arcade, and I hadn't been in the arcades for years. You know, there was nothing there. I mean, I'd go in and look around, and I'd see the same old thing over and over again, you know? Like...
Mahjong and Gundam and fighting.
No, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, you walk in and it's like, oh, look, another Dance Revolution.
Yep.
Another DDR, like DDR 20, you know? It was just the same thing over and over and over again. Yep. And, yeah, this was just something different. And for me to pull me back into the arcades, I'm giving this my number 2 because I never thought it would happen. Anyways, my number 3 is... this has brought me closer to my daughter. It's Nintendo Land.
Aww.
And I think it's great. Just sitting there on the couch. I always give her the gamepad, and obviously I play with the Wiimote. And just our interaction between each other is it's a lot of fun. And I'm really enjoying watching her play, watching her progress, watching her skills become better and better. You know, her English is getting better as well because we're communicating more, which is quite cool. So Nintendo Land is my number 3. Max Anarchy or Anarchy Reigns in the West, right? It's just been released for $30. Yes, Max Anarchy is my number 4. I thought the story was daft. It was just stupid. But the online it felt like, to me, it felt like Power Stone on meth. And Power Stone on meth is fine by me any day of the week. So, yeah, I liked this game a lot. Again, it was online as well, and I didn't think they'd get it right, but they did. Platinum Games. I have to take my hat off to Platinum Games because they seem to pull it out the bag every time. I mean, everything I've played by this studio, I've really liked. Bayonetta, what is it, Vanquish, love both of them. So, yeah, Max Anarchy in Japan. Number 5 was Azora's Wrath. It was totally daft, and the game with Burst, how can you not include it in your top 5? Was it Burst? It's Burst, right? It is, yes. It's a crazy story. It looks beautiful. I thought the gameplay was quite fun, although slightly repetitive, but I had a blast with it. I thought it was crazy from start to finish. It was a game that made me laugh out loud. Yeah, just a fun action game. So, yeah. Number 6 is Wipeout on the Vita. This is something close to my heart, I guess. I had a lot of friends who worked on it, and I guess I have to pull one out for them because Sony decided to close the studio after what? I don't know. But this was Sony's. This was Psygnosis beforehand. The Wipeout studio was end of an era. Very sad that Sony decided to pull this one. But hell of a game. Looks beautiful. Plays great. Amazing soundtrack. Online was awesome. Cross-play with PS3. Wow. You know, yeah, I think it's an absolute standout title.
And the DLC for that was amazing.
Yes.
The fact that you got, I mean, was it 200 yen here for like basically for 6 months or whatever? And it was Fury and HD. All one player. I mean, that's the part that I didn't get. I thought it was just for cross-play, but when, you know, became apparent full single-player campaign was available, I was just like, good God.
So, I mean, it was so seamless as well. I mean, I'm playing on the Vita, and I've got people playing on PS3. You couldn't tell a difference.
Yeah.
You know, there was no lag. I never had anything time out on me. You know, so yeah, it was like, wow, what a great game. Okay, my number 7, Tokyo Jungle. I mean, what can you say? You can get it on. You know what I mean? Doesn't get any better than that, right? You can get it on with a Pomeranian. You can attack a lion and tigers and hippos as a Pomeranian. It's awesome. It's completely crazy. It looks pretty bad though. I wouldn't say it was no technical feat, but it was a great game. It's quirky and it's totally Japanese. And any game like that always gets my thumbs up. My number 8 was Binary Domain. This was a hell of a surprise for me because I was thinking, oh god, Japanese and shooters doesn't really work. Well, I've been proven wrong twice now with Gunslinger, Stratos, and Binary Domain. Binary Domain looks great. I like the setting. The first hour is a bit of a chore because it's kind of just tutorial for the first hour. But wow, the story kicks in. The twists and turns it takes, the characters are fun. Big Bo is an actual friend of mine who worked at Sega. Yeah, wow. Yeah, good game, number 8. And my number 9 is a Vita game called Dokuro, which is a fun puzzle platformer. For me, I thought, when I first saw it, I was like, oh, this is a bit simple looking, but yeah, don't judge a book by its cover because it's not. Some of the levels get extremely difficult to the point where you've got your Vita upside down and you're trying to figure out levels and stuff upside down in your head. And yeah, I had at one point I had graph paper out and I was plotting the level designs on graph paper to try and figure out how the hell I get out of these rooms. I had a hell of a lot of fun with it. Some of the levels felt slightly out of sync. Level 3 was really easy. Then 4 became extremely hard, and then 5, 6 were another like walk in a park. So it was kind of unbalanced. That's probably why it's down there. And the last one, my number 10, was Hasemo Night on the 3DS.
Harmonize.
Sorry, Harmonize. Hasemo. Oh, I got him on. He'll be happy. Harmonize Night. Yeah, Harmonize Night on the 3DS. And again, fun rhythm platformer this time. Very simple, yet a lot of fun. I think I had to play this like 6-7 times because every time my daughter picked up my 3DS, she decided to wipe my save. So yeah.
There's only one save available?
I think there was, yeah.
Oh, man.
So, yeah, every time she picked it up and she wanted to play it, she deleted it and then started again. And I'd come back to it and I'd go, no! So, but, I mean, it was such a good game. It's such a nice little quirky rhythm platformer that, okay, fine, I can pick it up and I can start again, no problem. So, yeah, it was a game I really enjoyed. Again, this is an eShop game as well, which surprised me even more. So, yeah, my top 10, Gravity Days, Gunslinger, Nintendo Land, Max Anarchy, Azura's Wrath, Wipeout, Tokyo Jungle, Binary Domain, Dokuro, Harmonize Nights. Yeah.
Hasemo Night.
Hasemo Night, there you go. This is the new title for it, right? Hasemo Nights?
Yeah, Hasemo Night, now and forever.
Excellent. Okay, Eric, you want to run down your top 10?
Sure. I'll go 10 to 1.
Okay.
Why not? Number 10, Kid Icarus. We talked about that before. Number 9, Edge Green Odyssey. 4, that was pretty cool. I really liked those games before. 4 added a lot of neat little things. It was easier. It had not easier, but it had a little bit more casual things to help out if you're not really that hardcore. And that made me enjoy it more than I thought I would. 8, New Super Mario Brothers U. That was I'm really enjoying that. Like, it's just I skipped out on 2. I mean, you guys talked about New Super Mario Brothers 2. That is, I skipped out on that, and you guys, had your complaints, and well, Cheesy played it a lot, but still complained about it. But I really, I just had so much fun. It's just like a really Mario, if that makes sense. But it was just a really fun game. Coming in number 7 is Crash Mo, which I loved Pushmo back in 2011, that was, yeah. In 2012, Crash Mo. And when I heard that there was going to be a sequel to Pushmo, I was a little concerned. I was like, oh, this is going to be like, just a few tweaks and not that much fun. But they completely changed around the mechanics while keeping the basics pretty much there. But just the way that the blocks drop and fall onto each other and moving them around, pushing when dealing with all the physics is just unbelievably fun. It's almost too hard though. That would be my big complaint about it, is that like some of the puzzles I just look at and I'm like, no, thank you. Number 6, Time Travelers, which we talked about on these podcasts. Well, you guys did more than I did, but it's just a really fun story which you can like with your actions changing how things work.
Did you play this on the Vita or the 3DS?
Play the Vita. I bought the Vita because in the end, the bigger screen is really nice for text games. Because I actually I played the 3DS demo no, this was a different game. I'm sorry. No, that was a different game entirely. Forget what I'm saying. I bought it on the DS. Yeah. No, on the Vita. Shut up, Eric.
I think your drink's talking now.
No, not at all. Number 5, Persona 4 the Golden. We talked about this, so I won't say anything now. Number 4, Dragon Quest X, because it didn't suck.
Wow.
I mean, no, I was so sad. I was so sad when it was announced. Well, we talked about this on the first time I joined the podcast, but it was but it was really fun. I just wish I had more time to play it, because they did a really lot of cool things with it, and it's just a game that like I can't fault it because I don't have the time to play it. Like the reason I don't play it is all on me and not on the game itself. So I definitely respect it. They did a great job with it. Number 3, which I can't believe it, because if you know me at all, I hate. I mean, I'm a huge role-playing game fan. I love RPGs to death, but I hate strategy RPGs. Number 3, Fire Emblem Awakening. Oh my God, they finally got Fire Emblem right for me, because like Fire Emblem has permadeath, and that because with my my slight OCD tendencies, it just be like, nope, character died, I have to restart. And I would just restart, and then I'd never finish Fire Emblem. They added casual mode to this one, and that really helped it, because if anyone died in casual mode, if any character dies, they come back at the end. So that helped. That actually helped me like not get all OCD about it. And then they added the marriage system in this. I don't know. I'm not that familiar with Fire Emblem, so I don't know if it ever existed before. But like 2 characters would like get it on, and like that would like, but then your characters like doing better together, then they would do combo attacks together and do more damage together. So like your positioning really, really mattered, because like not only did you want it just for the strategy RPG elements itself, but you always wanted to keep characters, and this is like even not like male female who would eventually get married, like even like dudes or 2 chicks, like they could be more friendly, and if they're friendly or together, they do more combo attacks together. So you have to pay attention to like not only the basic strategy or RPG elements, but like keeping your characters friendly with each other enough so that you would do combo attacks. It was really, really fun. Like my entire summer was pretty much playing Fire Emblem Awakening. Like I actually beat a Fire Emblem game, and that enough was just like so good. And then number 2, Theater Rhythm, and number 1, Bravely Default. And I talked about those enough. But yeah,
I talked about those enough.
They're so good though. God, they're so good. Yes. Square Enix did really good this past year.
Excellente. Cheesy, hit us with your top 10, please.
All right. Number 10, Nintendo Land. Yeah, obviously it didn't have the best unveiling at E3. It was really lackluster and frankly fell a bit flat. It's like, okay, minigame collection, got it. But then I begrudgingly picked it up at launch and started getting into it, and a lot of these quote-unquote mini-games are really full-fledged game experiences. And I don't use the word experiences as a pejorative, but rather in a positive sense, in that these could almost be sold separately for, I don't know, $10 a pop.
Right.
They were just really impressive, and you can spend hours and hours on each one.
Yes.
And it's just a matter of finding which flavor of gameplay that you like, and it does introduce a lot of the possibilities of the gamepad. So I'm really digging it. I got my wife into playing it with me. She really likes Luigi's Ghost Mansion, and we play hide and seek in there. And
That's a lot of fun, right? Luigi's Mansion.
you're sneaking up on her and grabbing her, and she's like, no, you didn't do that. I can't believe you.
You can drain the batteries as well of everyone's. If you're the ghost, if you hold the two trigger buttons, I think you can drain everyone's batteries.
But you have to be visible while you do that.
But yeah, right? but you become visible.
Right.
But yeah, it's a lot of fun. I played that for at least first time I played it with my daughter was like, I don't know, it was like 4 hours we played just that game.
Yeah, a lot of this fun can be pretty endless. So it's something to be applauded. I mean, the Zelda Battle Quest was really impressive to the point that, the one-to-one movement of the sword is really how swordplay in the Legend of Zelda series proper should be handled in the future.
Yeah, that's kind of my daughter's favorite game now. She just daddy, sword game. So so she just wants to stand in front of the TV and swing the remote around, which is amusing for me, so it's all good.
Yeah, just give me freedom of movement with a nunchuck, and then let me swing the sword with the Wii remote, and I will be good to go.
Yeah, nice. Good.
So, coming in at number 9, Dead or Alive 5.
Boobs.
Well, I mean, the graphics are all pretty nice. And the fighting is, it's a lot more of the same. It has a couple extra little tweaks in there. I haven't played it in a while, but I do want to get back into it.
Are you going to get the Vita version? Because, I mean, that back touch has got to be used for some kind of boob rubbing, right?
No.
No?
Yeah, no. I got Street Fighter 4 3D on the 3DS last year, and then I realized I don't really play fighting games a whole lot on portables. I'd rather play that on the TV. So
fair enough.
And paying full price for the same game again isn't really something that I generally do. If I ever double dip, it's going to be at a greatly reduced price.
Nintendo said it was good to touch, so I mean, Dead or Alive 5 on the Vita.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Number 8, New Super Mario Bros. 2.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, collecting coins is fun, but it's not that fun. I mean, the rewards for collecting 1 million coins are a bit underwhelming, and I mean, the amount of content compared to the previous year's Super Mario 3D Land was a bit underwhelming. But I mean, yeah, it's Mario. It's hard to fault Mario for much. I mean, the music is the same old repetitive stuff again.
Right.
For the third time, and that's my big gripe with the new Super Mario Bros. Series. Is the music is repetitive from other iterations, and it has those stupid wah-wahs. Wah-wah. I mean, seriously, folks, just let's stop this wah-wah nonsense. I don't like dancing enemies. It breaks you off the rhythm of stomping on enemies, and it's just, I don't know. It's hard to imagine why the people that implemented that feature would ever want it removed, so I kind of sigh and roll my eyes at that feature.
Excellent.
Yeah, anyway. Number 7, Kid Icarus Uprising. Really well presented, really well thought through. It throws a lot of different ideas at you throughout the course of the game. I mean, all of these twists, come straight out of left field, and you're wondering, what am I doing now? Why am I doing this? It's like the story takes so many twists and turns, and it breaks the fourth wall, and it just does a lot of things right, and you don't ever quite know what to expect. You don't even know when you're getting to the end. So it was really pretty impressive. The only thing that really hurt it for me was the lack of left-handed controls that really worked well. Number 6, New Super Mario Bros. U. It's another New Super Mario Bros. Title, and it still has the issues with repetitive music, which I really can't stand. But it does have an amount of content comparable to Super Mario World. In fact, it has Super Mario World style overworld maps, in that the worlds are all tied together. There's no cutting from World 1 World 2 or anything like that. I mean, there are a couple of areas that do cut away, but they're very limited in scope. Generally, you can look across the whole world map all at once.
Cheesy, can I stop you for a second? But maybe it was just me, but I thought like the collect 1 million coins felt like it would have made more sense in you than like 2 did. Does that make sense to you, or am I just crazy?
Well, I mean, a lot of the coin collecting in New Super Mario Bros. 2 was pretty contrived because you could double your coins by playing multiplayer or by hitting the top of the flagpole at the end of a stage. I mean, there were a lot of 100-coin events within stages and giant coins that were worth more coins. I mean, it wasn't really that you were collecting 1 million individual coins, but doing some fancy math, it felt like, you know?
Okay.
So,
like the way you feel is like I like it, the way the stages and you felt for me, like I could see myself playing them over to collect a lot more coins. Like I was kind of sad that there was no collect a lot of coins thing in you, but that was maybe just me.
Yeah, there are coin stages in the with me mode,
which is really fun.
Instead of 3 different challenge modes, which are really engaging and are aimed at more veteran players like ourselves. So I could spend hours and hours, you know, trying to break speed runs in there. So that was really well thought out, probably more so than the coin rush mode in New Super Mario Bros. 2, which had a cap of 30,000 coins for each set, which seemed a bit limiting. So anyway, New Super Mario Bros. U was a lot more engaging and a lot more fun, I thought. So moving on, my number 5 was Theatrhythm Final Fantasy. I talked about that a bit earlier. I was really impressed by the gameplay.
Good point.
Number 4, Wii Karaoke U, which is not so much a game as it is a replication of the karaoke experience at home. And it gives you access to a full catalog of Japanese and some Western music, over 90,000 songs.
It's a lot of songs.
It's a lot of songs, and I've been competing in the national rankings, and I've been getting first place out of one person for a lot of my favorite songs, which are from the West. And some Japanese songs I've been singing too. I've been ranking first. I've been posting on Miiverse whenever I get first place on a song out of one person.
Yeah, I've also trying to record, but I told you last time I tried it, it's all out of sync because I'm running through a capture card. So
oh no,
I want to record it because I want to put it on the intro. You know,
you'll just have to record audio alone.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway, We Karaoke U is a lot of fun.
Yes, it is.
I've been singing duets with my wife, and we've been trading off, and we see our little dancing me avatars in the world, and it's a lot of fun. It has voice charts in this piano roll mode, so that helps you with the global rank.
You bought a second mic as well, right, for this?
Yeah, we got a second mic so we can do duets and trade off without so much hassle.
Excellent.
And they're not that expensive. They're like 1,600 yen each. And then you can get a 3-month subscription for 2,000 yen. So it's really, really cheap.
Yeah.
Compared to actually going to karaoke.
Yeah.
Which is, you can easily spend 1,000 yen an hour per person.
Yes.
So you can make that back in your first session on Wii Karaoke U. It's a really good deal.
Do it.
Yeah. Coming in at number 3 for me was Bravely Default Flying Fairy. I really liked the world, interesting battle mechanics, character designs, the graphics, the music. It's all there. It's the full RPG package. It's probably the best Square Enix game since Final Fantasy X.
Wow, that's saying something.
Yeah. So they've had a lot of missteps as a company in the past decade, and Bravely Default really brings it back. So if they can replicate that success in a follow-up game or other games which have yet to be announced, we shall see. So that raises Square Enix profile in my eyes again. So we'll see if they can bring it back. Number 2 for me was Journey. We talked about that a bit in the overall rundown, and my number 1 game of the year was Gravity Days, which just perfectly replicated that lucid dreamlike sense of flying through the world at will, just being able to fly anywhere you like and just seeing the scenery pass under you or over you, as the case may be. It was just really, really engaging. It had an open world, and you could go anywhere and do anything. I wish there were more things to do in the open world, and that's what I would expect from a follow-up. And I really hope that Sony does follow this up with a sequel. I just really like the character designs, the world designs, the art direction, the manga style storytelling. It's just really well done and very impressive.
Here. Excellent. Okay, so DC.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, my top 10 basically reflects where I've been spending most of my gaming time in terms of I haven't really played that many Japanese games this year, but starting at the bottom, Kid Icarus. I think we pretty much covered everything to say about that. Number 9, Velocity, the minigame for, I guess, PSP, PS3, and Vita. Really fun shoot 'em up with a sort of warping mechanic where you can sort of move, basically warp to sections that you've already passed. Somewhat tricky to explain, but it's really a fun little shooter. I don't know if anyone else has given that a try.
So this is a mini game. What's the price on it?
I'd be guessing it's $3.99. Maybe it's a bit cheaper.
Does it work on the Vita?
Yes, it works on the Vita. I think there is actually a native Vita mini coming out pretty soon. So it would be an actual Vita native res rather than the PSP res.
Oh, okay.
But the music's good. It's got like a sort of a Commodore 64 stroke Amiga vibe about it. I really enjoyed it.
Excellent.
No one else tried it, I assume. Just me.
No, it's something that I'd heard of before. It's just never got around to playing it. But if you're saying that there's a native Vita version coming, yeah, I'll go with it when it comes out.
Yeah, it's definitely worth checking out. Number 8, Diablo 3, which it kind of went on there by default. I hadn't played much at the start of the year, and I went on holiday where I romped through it twice on the European servers, and then came back to discover that everyone else was on I think they were on the Asian servers, so all my progress was basically scrubbed. But if I wanted to play with people, so I got nearly all the way through it again on the Asian servers, and I'm not this sounds kind of crazy. I'm not like a massive Diablo player, but when I do play it, I enjoy it, and I wasn't that hung up about the ins and outs of what was good and bad of Diablo. I just enjoyed what I played of it.
So how long is a playthrough?
I think it was about, the first time through was about 25, 26 hours. And
wow, that's a big
when
chunk.
When you go through it again, you just, you fly through it. It's a lot quicker.
Uh-huh. Wow. Okay. PC game, eh?
PC game, yeah.
The Master Race.
Yeah. Bannable offense.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so number 7, New Star Soccer on iOS. Now, I don't know if you've ever tried this on the PC. New Star Soccer is... It sort of puts you in the shoes of being an actual footballer, and on the PC it's super intense. It's brutal. You make a mistake, you get the football, you have to pass, you have to basically know the ins and outs of football. What runs you're looking for, what the best pass is in each situation, whether to shoot, whether to lay it off, etc. Now the iOS version sort of distills it down into a sort of more compact minigame. And it's super active. I think I stopped playing it and then went back to it. And I think I'm at like 1,800 games or something like that. So each match you play doesn't last particularly long. You can speed through it, but you get your opportunities to pass and to shoot, and you sort of get your rankings based on that. You level up. You have certain life events and things like that to take care of. It's
I just can't do any kind of sports game. I love sports. I love playing it, but I can't play a game version of it.
It's really weird. I mean, obviously, there's always a fantasy element when you play stuff like this. I mean, especially for me and you being big football fans. So you start off playing. I think I started playing for who was it? Like one of the lower division clubs. But then I could sign for Carlisle, and then I could sign for Ipswich, and then then the fantasy element comes in, and you go through the cup competitions and maybe draw one of the big teams, and you really raise your, you actually feel the pressure because you maybe only get one or two chances to shoot.
Right.
It's fun. I highly recommend it. I think it might even be free. But it's if it's not free, it's like 69 pence. It's one of those games, but I love it. It's really addictive.
Good.
Actually, did Eric play this? I thought someone else had played it, but maybe I'm imagining.
New Star Soccer? No, not me.
Yeah. Okay.
I couldn't imagine Eric playing
Soccer's the one with the
soccer.
ice, right?
Okay. Number 6, Luminous on Vita. Luminous is Luminous, basically. I mean, there's a couple of new sort of features added to this one, some of which almost breaks the scoring. Well, pretty much one of the abilities does. But for me, it's all about the soundtrack. And I mean, I sort of agree with Eric that a lot of these games will sort of fall down for a lot of people if you're just not into the soundtrack. But the soundtrack in this one is just absolutely amazing. And I know a lot of people sort of go on about Shining, but I think the soundtrack on this just knocks any other Luminous game into a cocked hat. I mean, especially when you get down to the ending. I mean, I'm a massive Underworld fan, so when the Underworld kicks in and then Chemical Brothers aren't far behind, and it really, really builds. The whole thing is basically one DJ set of a puzzle game, and it's the music really makes it. It's absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, it's a game that it just doesn't click with me. I like the music, but the game just doesn't click with me whatsoever. I wish it did, because I see a lot of people having fun with it and a lot of people talking to death about it, but yeah, it just doesn't click with me.
I mean, do you find it hard? I mean, it's kind of weird. When I first started playing Luminous when it first came out on the PSP, Johnny Ram was really good at it, and I couldn't sort of see how he was making some of the blocks fall together. And then when you eventually click, it's like, right, now I get it. So that was one of the big turning points for that. I was just wondering if you're at the same point, or is it just not doing it full stop?
It's just not doing it full stop for me. I don't know. I'd rather play Tetris. It's just not that. I don't know. The puzzle element to it is not, to me, exciting enough. I don't know. I like the.
When I played the original Luminous, I played it muted. I'm one of those jerks. Yeah, I played it without the soundtrack at all. I didn't like the music, but even then, it was kind of the mechanics were kind of neat, but not enough to keep me playing it. So it really seemed like the music is the big thing for people with this game,
right?
From what I understand.
Yeah, the music basically it links in with the delete beam. So, as the music speeds up, it might go faster, then it might slow down, so that you have to, the rate where blocks fall isn't quite the same. So you end up very subtly changing the parameters of the game along with the music, and you end up in some sticky situations where you're having to, find as many deletes, for instance, before the beam goes across. It's sort of a slow burn. If you click with it, it's really awesome. But if it doesn't click, I mean, I don't think it'll ever click. If you don't like Luminous now, I think this would be, the version of Luminous that finally sucks you in. It's it's a game for the fans basically, and I suspect possibly the last one.
Cool. Alrighty, go. Number 5.
Pro Baseball Spirits 2012. I talked about it on the last podcast. Just a really fantastic game of Japanese baseball. Excellent mechanics. Lots of random events. No two games ever the same. Fantastic long pendant mode. Can't stop playing it. Number 4, Journey.
Did you confirm that it was cross-play with the PS3?
I didn't confirm that. I don't think it is, because I was looking at the PS3 version a few days ago and wondering maybe I would enjoy this on the PS3, and I looked on the back and I didn't see anything about crossplay.
No cloud saving, so you can take your save from the Vita to the PS3 and then the PS3 back to the Vita. No,
didn't see anything about it, but yeah, I'll double check. I mean, that'd be ideal if it is.
Why would they not do stuff like that?
Konami.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Which is kind of odd, because they were like the ones talking about transferring. But there's. I think you can definitely do it for the Power Pro Con, and yeah, I'll double check. Maybe it's just something I'm missing. I don't recall seeing anything about it, so I will check. Number 4, Journey, which we've talked about already. 3, FTL on the PC. I don't know if anyone else tried this. Basically a roguelike in space. I have a huge boner for anything space-related, and this is one of those deceptively simple games that, at first you play it and you have no idea what you're doing. You're basically in charge of a spaceship, and you have to sort of traverse a series of galaxies to get to a final boss. Massive amount of random events. Some of the things that happen are absolutely crazy. Some of it is absolutely infuriating, but it keeps sucking you back. Now, there's an amusing GIF out there where it's, how you feel when you play. And I think the first panel is, a dog at a PC because you just haven't a clue. The second panel is like, after 15 minutes, and you think, I've got this. And by the end of the third panel, it's people flying across the room of a spaceship, and basically it just gets absolutely crazy. It's lots of neat little tricks that you will start finding out involving deliberately opening the airlocks on your ship to put out fires, and beaming people aboard of the ships, and targeting various parts of your enemy. It's fantastic.
Cool. Is this going to be, because it's a PC game?
Yeah.
Is this something that could be ported to like a handheld, or?
There's a couple of things with targeting that might be tricky, and basically you have to sometimes deal with individual doors and things like that, which might be a little bit tricky. But if they ever put this on something like the iPhone or anything like that, my life will slip away. It really is that addictive. Cool. It would be perfect for a handheld. Absolutely perfect.
Excellent. Number 2.
Number 2, Wipeout 2048.
Hello.
I mean, I have a long-running affinity with Wipeout from when I lived in Liverpool, and stood outside a game in the city centre watching Wipeout 1. It was.
You might have been watching me, because I demoed that in game in Liverpool on day 1, because obviously I'd been working for Sony, and I knew the game inside out.
I was there day 1.
Yeah, so you probably watched me play it. I probably
did see you do it.
Yeah, because I was asked to play it because everyone else who was playing it was like piss poor at it, obviously. And I was probably, at the time, I was the only person other than the lead designer, Nick Burkham, who could finish it. So they said to me, go play it, make it look good. I was like, okay. So that, along with the soundtrack, it's just the amount of people that just kind of poured in and to watch it was like, oh my God.
Yeah, it's always, ever since playing that, I toyed briefly with trying to join Psygnosis. I went to talk to them briefly, but it never took it any further. But Wipeout 2040, it was just the opening. Just sucked me back in, and everything good about the series was, it was just there, and looking that great. Okay, albeit at 30 frames per second, it still looks fantastic. It still plays a fantastic game. Sad that that's possibly the last one, unless maybe Sony give it to someone else. But yeah, like you said earlier, pouring one out for the team. They've given me personally some fantastic memories, especially Wipeout 2097, which was just phenomenal.
Right.
Really brilliant game.
Yeah, end of an era, that one.
It is. It's sad.
Some of the team, some of those people have been together for like over 20 years.
Yeah.
The core of the people, some of the artists, and I think the lead programmer as well. They'd been together. They'd been at Psygnosis for like over 20 years, and they were all on the Wipeout team. So stupid Sony. What makes me even worse for me is when you reset your Vita, and then you have that Vita intro. Wipeout is the game that's highlighted as like the cross-play and stuff. Yeah. So it makes me sad every time I reset the Vita.
I think what gets me as well is, especially with the PS4 coming out, it's usually one of the earlier showcase games to make you see what the machine can do.
Well, it was. They were building it. They were a year and a half into it, as far as I'm aware.
And depressing. Yeah. Depressing. Okay, and my game of the year was, I know this might be a bit cliche, but Hotline Miami on the PC. this had gone under my radar completely, and bizarrely, I was talking to, like, over Twitter to the Western correspondent for Famitsu, and we were talking about the Retro City Rampage game, and he said, "Oh, there's a game coming out called Hotline Miami. Don't miss it." And I thought, okay, and I just completely not seen anything about it, and then absolutely loved it. Very simple in premise. I mean, I've seen a lot of people like see maybe screenshots of it and think, it's a bit like Loaded on the PS1.
But that was a great game, that.
But it doesn't play out like that. It plays out more like, it's almost like a puzzle game, and it's all about execution, how you sort of get through the level. I mean, at times it started making me think of Dark Souls, in that, you have a room full of enemies and you've got to take them out and you can't make a mistake, or you've got to find a clever way to get, take people down. Using the doors. If you open a door and there's an enemy behind it, will stun them, but then you've got to worry about, there might be a guy with a gun there that you've got to take out with whatever you've got. And it's fantastic, and the soundtrack is absolutely amazing. Even if you don't play the game, go onto YouTube, listen to a couple of the tracks, and yeah, it's stunning.
Well, the soundtrack for Loaded as well was pretty good. Remember Popolite himself?
Yeah, Popolite itself, right?
Yeah, that was good.
I think that's why. And I know Reloaded is on PSN, but not Loaded. And if I remember rightly, I don't think Reloaded has any licensed music, so that might be why Loaded is being kept off. But yeah, I think that Kick to Kill and PSV, RSP, get it right? RSVP.
Yeah, I was lead tester on Loaded on the PlayStation 1. I love that game. Was it Matt Beasley as well? Was the 2001 was 2001 AD artist, right?
Yeah, he did the cover art on both, I think.
Yeah, amazing. I love that game. Gremlin. Oh well.
But yeah, if you haven't tried it, Hotline Miami, top pick.
Cool, will do. Johnny, are you still awake?
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent. Good. So give us your top 10 from number 10.
Okay, well, I'll start from number 10.
Yes, please.
Okay, number 10, Zombie U. Got it bundled with the Wii U. Didn't really expect to like it that much, but it's the best survival horror game in years.
Oh, really?
Yeah. If you didn't like Resident Evil 6 because of that, it's all action, then this is definitely something to check out.
Wow. Okay. So I mean, I did buy I did buy it on launch in Japan, but it doesn't have any language settings, and I didn't want to play a game based in London in Japanese. I was like, nah, forget that.
That's really interesting.
It's a game for Eric, I guess.
No, it was really interesting concept. Like it's roguelike, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you might like this.
I kind of want to try it out.
Who have actually came out, people's opinion who I trust have just said you've got to play it. It's really excellent. The ideas are amazing. There's certain firefights that go down to the last bullet, and you're gasping to make it through. So I actually bought the Japanese version, and I'm going to suffer it through in Japanese.
Oh really? You are? Yeah. Damn. Yeah, I want to, but to do the game justice, the game's in English. It's in London. It needs to be played in English. So.
And I mean, for a day one Wii U game, it makes really good use of the gamepad.
Yeah.
Yeah, from you don't really expect to see that on day one.
Is that just inventory or what?
Yeah, everything aiming, scanning items, looting bodies, stuff like that.
Okay, cool. Zombie U. Alrighty, good.
Okay, number 9, Sleeping Dogs. It's Western, so we don't really care about that, but probably the best GTA clone out there. And even this is coming from somebody who loves Saints Row 3.
This is fully open world, right?
Yeah.
I mean, what do they do different about it? I mean, how's the gun play?
The gunplay is good. It's really the story and main character. Well, for me anyway, that sets it apart from most other of the GTA clones.
Okay, I mean, because this game was about to be it was cancelled, wasn't it? Was it Activision?
Yeah, it was True Crime.
True crime, right? So it was cancelled by Activision, and then Square Enix picked it up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, I think it sold pretty well in Japan, did it not?
In Japan, I'm not sure. It was slightly disappointing in the West, I think, considering what the genre, but I'm not too sure about Japan.
I think it sold pretty well for a Western game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty. Cool. Next.
Okay, number 8, Max Anarchy Reigns.
Anarchy Reigns. Good boy.
Yeah. Love Platinum, so I was obviously going to love this, but I came for the multiplayer, and the single player was even better, I think.
Yes, the single player is fun, right?
Yeah.
I like having two sides to the story. It's good.
Yeah.
The white side and the black side. It's totally nuts. I was thinking, it's just going to be the same levels just over and over again, but they're not. If you go on the black side, I mean, it's based in the same world, but the levels are they're cordoned off, so you can't get to certain areas, but you can see where you could go. But when you go to the white side, you're playing in the areas you couldn't get to in the black side.
Exactly.
So yeah, it's really nice. I really enjoyed it. The fighting mechanics good. There's a good array of combinations you can pull off. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Basically an expanded version of Mad World, which is on the Wii.
Yes.
Yeah, but a lot, bigger, more in depth and stuff.
Did you get the Bayonetta code?
Yes.
So did you stare at her ass for ages then?
Of course. Yeah.
Good. Next.
Okay. Number 7 was Lollipop Chainsaw.
Oh God, really? I hated that.
Yeah. Love Suda. I know he wasn't too involved in this one, but it's the best thing Grasshopper have done, I think.
Oh, you think so? Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I just didn't like. I thought it just took too long to level up and stuff, and the combos were a bit lame, I thought.
Yeah, it's slow. It's quite slow, the combat, but I thought it was different enough, set it apart.
Right. I mean, I liked the. It was very humorous.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the humor's great. Yeah.
It's got a good sense of humor in it. Some of the mini games though I didn't particularly like. The baseball one and the basketball and stuff like that. I just didn't like some of the mini games, and it just felt that some of the mini games just felt like afterthoughts and then tacked on just to make the game a little bit longer.
Yeah,
they didn't feel particularly well constructed either. So, that's what I thought. Anyway, sorry.
Okay, number 6 was Asura's Wrath.
Go on.
It's definitely more than a quick time event game, which, you can boil it down to that, I suppose, but there's definitely more to it. I suppose it's like Journey, it's definitely worth experiencing.
I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
Although I liked the quick time in it because it was fun.
I liked it too,
just
but a lot of people
crazy.
Sort of write it off as, just being that.
Well, it's not just that. I mean, they're very... Man, they're blind if they think it's just a quick time event. It's not. But even if it is a quick time event, it's stupidly funny.
Yeah.
I mean, while I'm playing it and I'm like blasting away, like button mashing, like I'm playing track and field, I'm laughing my ass off while playing it.
Exactly. Yeah.
And like you feel his pain by like with bashing the button, because you really need to like hammer on the buttons sometimes, and you can feel his pain he's going through because it's kind of hurting you as well because you're like how much longer do I have to carry on for? And then you get to it and you can burst, and then it's fun, and I constantly laugh my ass off. So whatever.
Yeah. Number 5 was Yakuza Black Panther 2 on PSP.
Oh wow.
It's different enough from the PS3 games, PS2 games. And a lot bigger than the first one that was on PSP as well.
Excellent. I didn't actually get a chance to play Black Panther 2.
Yeah, it's essentially the same core game of the PS3 games, but the setting is slightly different characters.
Right. Cool. Alrighty. Good.
Okay. Number 4 was AX Troopers, which on the face of it is just Lost Planet with some anime-inspired visuals, but it's a lot more than that.
Which version did you play?
PS3.
Okay.
Yeah,
It was the online play was what swayed me towards that over 3DS.
Yeah, I played both as well, and I picked the PS3 version as well. I thought the PS3 version was awesome. The online was great.
Yeah, I mean, I played the 3DS demo, and I was actually going to buy it. On 3DS, it plays really well, and it's definitely suited for portables with the short missions and stuff.
Yes.
But the online is really, really good.
Yep. Do not disagree. Alrighty, next.
Okay, so number 3 is Tokyo Jungle. Everything that you said about it's absolutely mad.
Uh-huh.
I really, it essentially looks like an upscale PS2 game, but there's very, very few games like this about.
Cool. Whoa, someone's typing like they're playing track and field.
All right, that's me.
Silent typers. Go on. Sorry about that, Johnny.
Sorry,
no, it's okay. Everything you pointed out really, really, really unique. And there's actually a lot to it once you get into the grinding and leveling up and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Did you get the salary, man?
Yes.
Yeehaw. Good.
No Pomeranian. Number 2 was Journey. I think we've pretty much covered that. And number 1 was Yakuza 5. Massive fan of the series, and even though it's on something of a yearly cycle at the minute, it blew me away how much was in this. Just more characters, more stuff to do, everything about it.
So I mean, the amount of mini games. I mean, I really wanted to buy this game, and I had money set aside for it, but for some reason, my in-laws decided to. I put Christmas presents under the tree, and they threw them away because they said it was dangerous.
Yeah.
And I was like, what? So yeah, I'm not going to go into it, but yeah, they threw them away. So the money I had reserved for Yakuza 5, I used it to rebuy presents for my kids. So yeah, being nice. But yeah, there's a lot of mini games in it, and so like there's taxi driving and stuff, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, I spent about 4 hours in the taxi driving alone, and I'm not really someone who usually does that. I'll play some of the side games and stuff, but don't usually spend too much time on it. Right.
And there's like some kind of dancing game in there as well, right?
Yeah, oh, yes. Very controversial.
Why is it controversial?
Well, nobody seems to like it. It's sort of like, well, Yakuza's my manly Yakuza story, and I don't want my 14-year-old idols in it. But no, it's the same. If you look at Off the End, Dead Souls, I think it was in the West, the zombie one,
right?
Which is essentially it's the same setting, same characters, but the mechanics are different. It's the same sort of thing. You're fighting with people, but it's dancing really.
Excellent, but I mean, there's what is it? You got the moves back again. You know what? When you use your camera, you see something crazy, and you can take like a photograph of it. Yes. What are they called again? I forgot.
It's the heat moves.
The heat moves, right? The heat moves are back, right? Because they of the end, they were not in of the end, obviously.
No.
But yeah, the heat moves are back in 5. Yeah. Are they as crazy as they were in 4?
They're as crazy, yes. Really, really brutal. If you've played the demo, there's a couple of ones that's it's really make you wince.
Yeah. I mean, I played it at TGS and I played the demo as well. And yeah, some of the like the face planting and rubbing his face on the concrete and stuff. Is
that's the one. Yeah,
is ouch. Yeah, it always makes me shiver. Puts a shiver up my spine every time I see it. Even though I know it's common. But yeah, so you think it's worth picking up then? Obviously, because you put it on your game
Absolutely.
of the year.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. I've played them all and was slightly concerned that it was becoming a yearly thing and they would run out of ideas, but the difference, from even number 4, how much they've expanded, it's really worth it.
There's 5 cities, right?
Yeah, 5.
Is there any one city that they're actually focusing on more than any other city? Are they focusing on Tokyo, or they all have an even spread?
Well, it's all even. It all culminates again in Kamurocho, which is the main one from most of the games.
Yeah.
But they all get a equal look in.
They all get a fair shake of the stick.
Yep.
Sweet. Okay, so I mean, I'm in Nagoya. So what's the focus in Nagoya? Is that the baseball?
Yes, I think so. Yeah. Oh,
okay. No, I should pick it up. I'm actually waiting for it to go down in price. I want to pick up as a second-hand copy, but yeah, the prices are still crazy. I'm not really willing to spend 7,000 yen. God knows how much you paid for it on import.
Well, it was the Asian version I went for, so it was...
The Asian version? Is that in English then?
No,
it's not.
It's Japanese.
Is it Japanese, but does it have English subtitles?
No, there's an English instruction manual. Well, instruction sheet.
Cool. Elliot, you're up. Top 10, please.
I gotta be honest. The only games on my top 10 list are games that I finished. So there might be some titles that you think are missing, but... in reality, I never got around to completing them, so I didn't feel like it was fair to toss them on the list, in my case at least. So number 10 was a little 3DS downloadable game called Crimson Shroud by Matsuno, the director of Final Fantasy XII, Tactics, and a variety of other really amazing games. It's actually a really short RPG-style game. It's about 5-6 hours long. But the writing is just absolutely incredible, and it came pretty late in the year for me. I played it over a New Year's break, but I just absolutely fell in love with it, and it's one of the freshest experiences I've had with an RPG before. Have you played this at all, or have you heard of it?
I've played it on the... It's the one that was in the 4-pack, right? The Guild 01?
Except the downloadable version, they changed it and enhanced it and made it a lot more user-friendly, I guess. Because apparently the one that was packed in was kind of a mess.
Well, I didn't play it for long really.
Yeah, I did the same thing when I first bought...
at all.
Yeah, I bought Guild 1 as well, and I barely touched it. And then I kept hearing a lot of good word of mouth from GAF, so I picked it up again. I downloaded it for 800 yen, and I had a great time with it, so I had to include it on the list. Number 9 is Ashura's Wrath for the PlayStation 3 in my case. This was a game that caught a lot of flack from a lot of different places for being, a quick-time cutscene fest, which I think is kind of ironic looking back on 2012, considering, Walking Dead won Game of the Year for most outlets. And I played that game, and it's very good. But it's the same style of game in the sense that what you consider gameplay is wildly different from most other games you play. But, Ashura's Wrath came really early in the year and got kind of dumped on for it. But I think it's a really fantastic experience. I had an absolute blast playing it. And even now, the music has stuck with me because it's just so good. Have you played this at all? Or
Yeah, I've only played the demo since... I didn't have access to my PS3 for the last year, but I really liked it, and I will definitely pick it up soon. I was hoping for some Game of the Year release or something to add all the downloadable content, but I don't think it's coming.
As far as downloadable content is concerned with that game, as long as you grab the true ending, DLC, that's all you really need. None of the extra stuff is really all that great. So just grab the extra episode, and that ties into the ending of the game. That's all you need for the complete experience.
And is it really a true ending?
Oh yeah, it's
just
phenomenal. I mean, when I first beat the game, I didn't think it needed anything like that. But after playing the DLC, it adds so much to the game. It's some of the craziest moments in the entire game too. So definitely grab it. Number 8 for me is a game that is going to go it's going to be forgotten by pretty much everybody out west because no one got the chance to play it. Time Travelers for the 3DS and PlayStation Vita. It's a level 5 joint, and it's essentially another similar Ashura's Wrath, Walking Dead style game. It's an adventure game. You make dialogue decisions, and that changes the outcome of the story. But it's really well paced. It's well written. We talked about it a bit on the podcast before. It's pretty brief at about 10 or 11 hours, but it's just a really well told, interesting, exciting story in a really clean package, which Level 5 is kind of known for. For the record, I played it on the Vita, and I think it ran best on the Vita in my opinion. But either way, you're getting a very good game out of it. Did you ever play Time Travelers, or?
I've played it, I finished it, and I sold it. And to be honest, I was a bit disappointed given your opinions on other people on Twitter, but it wasn't bad. Oh no, it wasn't bad at all, but I don't think it was so great. I got kind of bored, especially in the beginning.
It definitely starts slow. I'll definitely agree with you there. And some of the characters at first I wasn't too hot on, especially the superhero. But yeah, I don't know. I really enjoyed the way it wrapped itself up, I guess. By the end, it just was really neat how all the timelines came together.
Yeah, I've never seen Back to the Future from beginning to an end, so that could be one of the reasons.
That could be one of the reasons. Okay, so at number 7 is a game that many of our listeners I'm sure are sick of hearing about, but I'm gonna drag it back into their face again anyway. Persona 4 Golden.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what else there is to say about this game. I talked about it for hours on multiple podcasts. Kyle and I convinced Steve to pick it up and play it, and he fell in love with it. Everybody who touches this game falls in love with it, and if they don't, they probably don't have a soul. So, I don't know. Honestly, I would have probably put it higher on my list, and the only reason I didn't is because I've played it before when it was on the PS2, and it is a re-release upport. So I felt like
that's true.
I owed other games the higher spot, when in reality, chances are, if I was just, I don't know, I feel like I could have put Persona 4 into my top 3, and that wouldn't have been all that crazy. But for the sake of new games, I decided not to.
Yeah, it's also on my top 10, but...
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it's pretty much in everybody's top 10, at least on this podcast, nearly. Number 6 is, I'm beginning to realize there are a lot of visual novel adventure style games on this list. At number 6 is Virtue's Last Reward, or in Japanese, Good People Die, the sequel to the DS adventure game 999. I played this in Japanese when it first came out over here earlier last year, and, I clocked in at I think 39, 40 hours, and that was pretty much 40 straight hours of me reading and playing because it was just so enthralling. I don't think I ever talked about it on the podcast, but it's just a phenomenal game, a phenomenal storytelling experience, and I highly advise you, if you have any interest in this title, to play 999 first.
Oh yeah.
Because that adds so much to the experience. It's like, if you tried to play VLR without 999, it's like jumping into a 3-novel story at book 2, in a lot of ways. True. Especially because there's supposedly another game coming to close things up. So, I highly recommend hunting down a copy of 999 for the DS before jumping into VLR. But,
that's true.
Fantastic game. Did you play 999 first, or...?
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about picking up the VLR because I've never played 999, but then suddenly my girlfriend was playing the, what was that game called? Aoni.
Oh yeah.
And
that game is so creepy.
An escape game.
Yeah.
You were trying to escape from a mansion chased by a blue demon, and I really liked it. So I thought, well, I've heard that there's the 999 game on the DS, and it's an escape game as well, so I might give it a try. I loved it. Ran to the store on the next day and bought the VLR.
Yeah, Aoni itself is a creepy game. I highly recommend anybody who doesn't know what Aoni is, look it up on YouTube. It looks really silly, but it's scary as hell.
Yeah. And there's an English version as well, so...
Yes. There are multiple versions, actually. They keep updating it.
Yep.
In any case, number 5, another game that got talked about a lot on the podcast before I actually joined up. Kid Icarus Uprising. It's a game that came kind of early in the year, so I think it's sort of being forgotten about a little bit. But there was a lot of controversy about the controls and all that jazz. But I never really had a huge problem with them, so that never really crossed my mind. But I enjoyed the hell out of this game. Music, story, writing, action, it had everything I wanted from a third-person actioner. And it was on the 3DS to boot, so the multiplayer was great too.
Yeah, I've played it as well. It was great. And about the controls, well, I'm a lefty. So
okay.
I should have huge problems with this game.
You should have the most problems with this game.
But it wasn't the case. I put the 3DS on my little finger, and it really hurt for the first few hours. but then I had no more control problems at all.
Huh.
Problem solved.
There you go. No pain, no gain.
I've never used the stand, I think.
Yeah, I never used the stand either. And I'm not trying to say that the controls are perfect and everybody who has problems with them are wrong, because obviously that's not
true.
the case. There are enough people that have problems with the controls that, okay, they're obviously not perfect, but for what it's worth, that's not the case with everybody necessarily. So if you've been holding off on grabbing this because of the stuff you hear about the controls, give it a shot. You might find that you have no problem with it.
Yep.
Okay, so number 4, Gravity Rush for the PlayStation Vita. Something like 10 months later after its release. I still look back on that game really fondly. In fact, when I was in America over the vacation, I picked up a US copy of the game so I could play through it in English and check out the localization. And I booted it up and played for about an hour when I was at my parents' house, and man, I fell in love all over again. Just the music, the environment, the feel of flying around the city. Nothing this year has really matched that kind of fresh feeling for me. And yeah, it makes the wait for a sequel so much harder.
Were you able to clear all the challenges on gold when you were playing the Japanese version?
Yes, actually, it took a long time, but it was my first platinum trophy, actually.
Yes, same here.
Because I just wanted to stay in the world for as long as possible, so it was like, I need to complete everything because that'll give me an excuse to play this game some more. But I mean, yeah, we talked about Gravity Rush a lot over the past year, and I know some folks on GAF in particular weren't all that impressed, but for what it's worth, I still absolutely love that game, and I really don't think it's a case of, I'm a Vita owner and so I have nothing to play, so I'm just kind of grabbing on to whatever's there, because I've had plenty to play this year on all my consoles, so the fact that it's still with me a year later means something.
Important thing to note here about Gravity Rush is that it's now a free title on the European PlayStation Plus.
Yes, it is. And isn't it also a free title on the American PlayStation Plus? I'm not too sure, but
I have no idea. The American PlayStation Plus is kind of weird for me, at least.
Yeah.
Updated weekly, and
see, I'm not signed up to any of these services, so I'm just talking out of my butt right now. But I know for a fact it probably isn't free on the Japanese store because we get nothing. So
we get Sumioni.
He said we get Sumioni. Yeah, great. Thanks, Japan. At number 3 is where Falcom starts to appear in my list. We all know I'm obsessed with Falcom. I don't try to hide it. This year has been really good as a Falcom fan. They released 3 titles, actually. One of which is not on this list because it is a simple upport with, better visuals and music and full voice acting. Zero no Kiseki Evolution. If I could, I'd throw it on my list anyway, but I decided to play fair and not do that. But at number 3 is Ys Celceta. Foliage Ocean in Celceta, I guess is what it's called.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of the Ys series. At this point, I've played all of the Ys games, at least the mainline ones. And, I enjoyed Ys 7, but I had some issues with its difficulty level and its length in particular. I felt like it was really dragged out. And Celceta fixed a lot of those problems. I cleared the main story and 100%ed the map in about 18 hours. So it was a very brisk, fast-paced adventure, and I really love the exploration aspects of trying to find, every part of the map. The action was great. They really fixed a lot of the problems I had with forgetting the exact names, but like the instant blocking and dashing and stuff. And yeah, the music was so good. The visuals, images don't really do this game justice.
That's true.
Because there's a lot of effort put into each and every area, and the way the light comes in through the trees, or the way the camera pulls back to show, the huge draw distance of the game. I just had a fantastic time with it, and, I sold the game back like I do most of my games, but I find myself wishing that I bought it digitally so that I couldn't, so I can just kind of jump in whenever I wanted to, and, I'm starting to lean toward possibly doing that, so...
Yeah, I hate you for clearing all the map.
So at number 2, the Falcom Rush continues. This time, this game was very close to being my game of the year up until about November. Nayuta no Kiseki, we all know I'm a Kiseki nut. Talk about it like nonstop. If you get me started talking about it, I won't finish talking about it ever. And Nayuta no Kiseki came out in the summer for the PSP. It's unrelated to the other Kiseki titles, so it's a standalone game. And in my opinion, it is the perfect game to show somebody who has never played a Falcom game. And it's the perfect introduction to their style of game making, I felt like. Like, I could show this game, I could put this game in front of someone who loves video games and action games. They could play it, and then they'll want to play other Falcom games.
That's true. That's true.
In fact, if I remember correctly, wasn't this like one of the first Falcom games you touched?
Yeah, I finished Oath in Felgan and the East.
Mm-hmm.
Is it 4? 3?
3.
And then I played Nayuta, and then I pre-ordered the Isso Zeta because I wanted more. I really wanted more.
I don't know. Nayuta just does a lot of things really well. I mean, it's kind of hard to describe further than I've already ranted and raved about it, but visually it looks fantastic on the PSP. It just has a certain style about it that's very colorful, and I don't know, kind of exotic in a way, a lot of the areas. There's a lot to do within each level, but it also doesn't overstay its welcome, so it doesn't stretch itself out to the point that you feel like they're just reusing the same content over and over again. It almost starts to feel that way because of the way you can change levels using the weather system, but the levels change so much that they're pretty much unrecognizable.
That's true.
So instead of feeling like the same level over and over again, you have 4 variations on the same level that really resemble nothing like any of the others. So there's a lot of content there. The story is really personal and like just very cute and charming. You like the characters, you like the main cast. The music is fairly different for Falcom. They kind of use a bunch of different types of styles within the soundtrack. Has one of my favorite boss battle themes ever, one of the final bosses. Honestly, I could rave about Nayuta forever. I wrote a review for it on Japanator, and I believe I gave it, I want to say either a 9.5 or a 10 out of 10. I just absolutely fell in love with it.
Yeah, it was a great game. That's true.
And then, finally, at number 1, the game that's been missing from this list up till now, my game of the year, and believe me, I struggled with this, I wasn't sure, but at the end of the day, Bravely Default Flying Fairy for the Nintendo 3DS is my 2012 game of the year. This is another game I talked about extensively on the podcast before, but it just does so much right that I wanted to see from a Square Enix RPG that I, even within the first few hours of playing, it had completely sunk its claws into me and refused to let go until, some 50 or 60 hours later when I finally completed it. And it's so good that I finished it, I sold my copy back, and then when I went home during vacation, you were playing it, Aina on Gaff was playing it too, and I was reading on Twitter, and suddenly I wanted to play it again, and I got this close to buying a digital copy of the game, so I would never be able to get rid of it. And I'm still kind of walking that thin line right now, but I'm resisting because I have no money. But I'm so close. I mean, just the music is amazing. The visuals, honestly, I still think they're the best visuals on the 3DS from both the styles, probably mostly because of the style. And it just makes such great use of the 3D effect. The story is really charming and becomes quite crazy by the end of it. There's just a lot of twists and turns, and I mean, I don't know. It'd be a complete shame if the West never got their hands on this game. Honestly,
That's true.
Depressing to think about.
Well, let's hope for the best for the West.
Yeah, seriously. But yeah, so those are my top 10. There's a lot of games that didn't make it on this list, but were still amazing anyway. Honestly, I thought 2012 was a pretty good year for Japanese games. Maybe not so much for games that got localized, but as far as actual Japanese language games here in Japan, I had a lot to play, so I'm pretty grateful.
And rounding off our top 10 list of 2012 is Hasemo. Come on, son, break it down.
Okay, so 10 is DJ Max Fever.
Ooh.
Another entry in the DJ Max series, this time for the Vita, using the front touch panel and the back touch panel, which the latter gives many players problems because it's really hard to grasp. But overall, this was... I have yet to finish all the songs in it, but it's a much better rhythm game than Miku for the Vita.
Really?
Sorry, Mehdi.
And Steam, I guess.
Have you played it, Elliot?
I haven't. I got very close to... It was one of those games where I told myself if I came across it in a store, I would buy it on site. And I just kind of never came across it, so I ended up backing off. But really, better than Project Diva.
Well, I hate Vocaloid, so...
Okay, well, okay.
Yeah. Number 9 is Dragon's Dogma, game which I haven't played for a very long time, but I'm really hoping to get back to it soon, because I love the fantasy feel that it gives you. I've entered one of the dungeons. It wasn't really that different from dungeons in those kind of action RPG games.
Yeah.
But for some reason, it really gave me a feeling of, playing a really good fantasy book.
Oh, okay.
Haven't found this in any other RPG, I think. Even Dark Souls, which overall is a better game, in my opinion. But still, it's kind of different. Have you played the Dragon's Dogma PS3?
I played the demo. And I actually really enjoyed it, especially for the combat, which, I like these fantasy-style games. I love Dark Souls, I love Demon Souls, but stuff like Skyrim doesn't do much for me because I really think the combat isn't very good. So, playing something like Dragon's Dogma, even just the demo, when I was fighting the, I think it's like the Griffin or something, the combat just felt so tight. It was so much fun. And that kind of took me off guard because I don't really expect that from these sorts of games. It's one of those titles I've been wanting to pick up, but I've just kind of been waiting on a price drop. So, I saw a store this weekend actually that was selling it for like 3,000 yen. And if I was in a better financial situation right now, I probably would have grabbed it at that price. But I'm willing to wait a little bit more till it drops to like 2,500, 2,000. But I do want to play it for sure.
Yeah. It's got pretty mixed reviews, I think, but still, I think it's a great game. Play it. Okay, number 8. It was on your list, and it's Persona 4 The Golden.
Of course.
I have to admit, I haven't cleared it yet. Well, I haven't cleared most of the games on my top 10 lists yet.
We play games. I swear.
I will get to it someday, really. After I finish game that's also on my top 10 list, but I haven't finished it yet. So, yeah, the things that you said, but one thing that made me buy Persona 4 was the anime.
Ah, really?
The Persona 4 anime was great, and I watched it halfway through, and then I read on Gav that you really shouldn't watch it if you're planning to buy the game. So I stopped watching it. Kind of regret that I watched it for so long because I haven't reached the point in the game that hasn't been covered in the anime when I was watching it, so I really have all the plot revealed until then.
I see.
So not really many surprises there, but yeah, I will get to it. I like it much more than Persona 3.
I did as
Played
well
for
too.
12 hours, I think, and found it a bit repetitive. We'll get back to it, for sure.
Please do.
Okay, yeah. All the positive reviews are getting me hyped when I'm not playing it. Since they started appearing on the US sites now. It will start appearing again when it hits Europe in, I think, February or March.
By then, you'll start playing it again.
I have my backlog.
Also known as your
Okay.
Game of the Year list.
Yeah, that's my backlog right here, people. Okay, number 7 is Salsita,
There it is.
which I cleared
Yeah.
in 28 hours, I think, and I haven't revealed all the map.
Damn.
That's why I don't know how I checked every nook and cranny, and I have like 98%, 99, something like that. I remember comments from the Twitter when the game came out that you should really check the areas through because you will be missing those tiny percentages later on.
Yeah.
So I did, but it didn't help. So there's that.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I loved the game though. The music was really awesome. The only gripe that I have with it is that there were slowdowns.
Oh, you
some
mean
areas.
like frame rate drops and stuff?
Yeah,
Ah.
it wasn't nearly as bad as the New Little King story, but yeah, that was a bit off-putting. Overall, great game.
It's funny you mentioned that because I've seen that in a couple of places, but I never had any like really noticeable frame rate drops. There were a few during when there were like dozens upon dozens of enemies on screen, but for the most part, like there were a couple of really graphic intensive areas where you'd have like 10 monsters just kind of wandering around on screen, even if they didn't notice you. And over there, the frame rate would dip a little bit, but it wasn't too consistently that way, at least in my experience.
What was your camera zoom?
I changed it a lot, but it was depending on the area mostly. Like if I was in an open area where you could see the sky, I would have the camera pulled back as much as possible. But you're right, actually, the camera position might have something to do with it because it's more stuff that the system has to render at any given time.
Yeah, I was fully zoomed out most of the time, so
that'll probably do it because the draw distance in that game is kind of crazy.
that's true. I was really surprised.
You can see like all the way to the next town over as you're like approaching it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Okay, number 6, another Falcom game, Nayuta no Kiseki.
Yeah.
It was really good. It was. I didn't think the thing that surprised me the most was how good the story was actually. I didn't expect it to be this good at the beginning of the game. Well, the gameplay was, well, your typical Falcom stuff, so top-notch action RPG. But the story really got good, especially at the end, and yeah.
Yeah, well,
that ending. That ending.
I shed tears. I totally shed tears. I won't lie.
I would if I could. Okay, number 5, Virtue's Last Reward.
There it is.
Like Elliot said, great game. Play it after you've played through 999. And yeah, I did the same thing as you did. Picked it up, played straight for the 40 hours, got my platinum trophy, and was really had my mind blown many times during the course of it.
Yeah, seriously. Even more so than 999, I felt just like especially toward the like last 10 hours of the game, you're just like, oh, what's happening?
Yeah, like the creators were like, oh, you think you know what's going on, right? Right? And you don't.
No, you don't. Maybe we don't even know what's going on, but you sure as hell don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I really hope that if there is a third part of the series, that it won't be, don't know, overly complicated.
I mean, I feel like they got a lot to work with now. I mean, I'm sure whatever a third game comes about, they're assuming you've played the previous two games. So it's just going to be...
Remember what happened.
Yeah, there's going to be nothing but new information probably in that case, because they're just going to assume, oh, well, the people who are playing this third game, they must have played the first two, so we're not going to like go back over that stuff again. So maybe by the time a third game comes out, we'll have to replay these again. So we know what the hell's going on.
Yeah, another 50 hours lost. Okay, number 4. Kid Icarus Uprising.
Woo!
An awesome game for the 3DS, packed with content. The story mode was like watching a really, really good anime series, for me at last. A really funny one. That's the most important thing. I love humor, and the dialogues during all the missions between the characters, the chatter, it was great.
Ah, so good. So good.
Laughed my ass off so many times. Yeah, and not only that, you also have the whole weapon mutation thing.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
Joining it together, hours and hours of gameplay, plus the multiplayer mode.
Seriously, yeah. There's so much to do in that game, you know. By the time I sold it back to the store, I still hadn't even, scratched the surface, really, probably.
Yeah, all the 3 achievement boards.
Seriously.
Crazy stuff.
Hopefully Nintendo puts it up on the eShop at some point, because that's one of those games that would be really cool to have on you at all times, because it's that sort of gameplay.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. Number 3 is Gravity Rush.
There we go.
I think for me it was the best game that came out for the Vita until now. It's really the use of all the Vita features was what really bought me for this game. I mean, the story was great, of course, the presentation top notch, but it was flying around, moving your Vita to aim CAD, what was really unforgettable about Gravity Rush, for me at least. I hope we're getting a sequel soon, and we should soon get the cat character for the PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale, so there's also that to look out for.
If I ever end up picking up that game, it'll probably be specifically for Cat.
Yeah. She should be released in like 2 weeks from now, so you'll be able to read reviews of her character.
Alright. I'll wait on that then.
So, number 2, Bravely Default.
Hey!
That game.
How far in are you?
35 hours in, I think. I'm in chapter 4.
Okay.
I've grinded a bit to be able to afford all the growth eggs and golden eggs.
Oh, so you got the eggs and stuff then?
Yep.
Ooh.
Just got my hands on them. And I wasn't even planning on picking this game up. I mean, all the reviews were, well, as good as they could be. But the problem is that I don't really like the traditional Japanese RPGs all that much. And this game, when I looked at it, it reminded me of Final Fantasy III, which was my biggest Final Fantasy disappointment when I picked it up on the DS.
Okay, so the 3D remake of 3 then.
Yeah.
Okay.
I really didn't like it, so when I saw this game I thought, oh well, not interested. But after reading all the reviews, the comments on Twitter, I finally caved in and downloaded the demo.
Oh yeah, that really, really ridiculously, huge demo.
Yeah, I think I've played it for 5 hours.
Wow.
And I was I decided to buy the game about 1 hour in, but since there were rewards for the full game for killing bosses in the demo, I thought, well, can't go wrong with having extra stuff in the full version. So
So you held off on buying the full version because you
Yes.
wanted to complete the demo and get all the
Yes.
extra. That's awesome.
And the thing that really, the moment in which I decided to buy the full version was leaving the town in Bravely Default demo and getting my ass handed to me by the second group of enemies that appeared.
That demo is really hard. Like,
Yes, it is.
really hard.
And if you can't use the Bravely Default system really well, and you can't at the beginnings because you're all like, what?
You're like, I don't know how to use
Don't
this.
get it. You will die a lot. And
Yeah,
the
that
bosses
demo
are
kicked my
really
ass.
hard.
I didn't finish the demo because it was so hard. I was like, I need to put this down or I'm going to get frustrated.
Yeah. But then I've decided, okay, I've cleared the demo. It's 4 p.m. So I'm buying the full version. Got to the eShop, started downloading it, and got an error saying that I don't have enough free space on my memory card. Yeah. So there was that. So I just ran to the shop, bought a new SD card.
Wow. So you spent a lot of money on Bravely Default.
Yeah, more than I was expecting, really. Well, at least the SD card was cheap, but the game so far, it's just like Eric said, if this game will have sequels, given the current state of the Final Fantasy series, I don't even need the Final Fantasy games anymore.
Honestly, no. I mean, and it's sad because this isn't even internally developed by Square Enix. But you know, I don't even mind. Like, I love that they brought in an outside scenario writer who worked on some really crazy visual novels. I love that they brought in, you know, someone new to do the music, someone, you know, really fresh and kind of unrelated to games at all, really. I just love how they're treating this game even after the fact. You know, they did that whole thing on Nico Nico where they took criticism from, like, the watchers and, like, took notes. It was really weird. And yeah, you know, like Eric said, like you said too, I really wouldn't be all that sad. I mean, you know, nostalgia, of course, but I wouldn't die if Square Enix decided, okay, well, let's just run with Bravely Default instead. You know,
But to be honest, given the themes in this game, the crystals and all that, this game could be a new Final Fantasy game if it had a different name, really.
I mean, honestly, I would have been fine if this actually was like Final Fantasy 15. Boom, there you go. I would having played it, I'm totally satisfied with that, you know, direction. That would not have disappointed me as a Final Fantasy or as a Japanese role-playing game.
Yeah. And about the music, the guy that did the music, Revo from, who is also a part of the Sound Horizon project,
Yes.
I definitely say you try it, listen to it, since I remember you said you've never heard Sound Horizon before.
Actually, admittedly, after I had said that and after I had beaten the game, I was so sad that there wasn't new music in the game because it was finished, that I went out and bought the first Sound Horizon album I could find. So yeah, consider me a fan now because I own like all of their albums.
Oh, okay. All's right with the world.
All's right with the world, yeah.
And back to Bravely Default, I really like the graphics, the 3D effect. Especially since I think the best 3D effect so far was in Kid Icarus, but the problem with that is that it was an action game.
Exactly.
So you had to move your... Well, you didn't have to, but you moved your 3DS, so you lost the 3D.
Mm-hmm.
I think I played it all the game with the 3D off. And in Bravely Default, since it's a traditional JRPG, you can just be cool with it, don't move your 3DS too much, and and get the most out of the 3D effect, especially in towns.
Yeah, definitely. Oh God, so beautiful.
Made from paper.
Made from paper, yeah. Like the storybook effect in this game, it's hard to describe because you look at it in still images, and yeah, it looks great, the pre-rendered backgrounds, but when they're in 3D is when they're really the most, holy crap, what am I looking at? Ah, oh, God, that game. Just talking about it makes me want to play it again, which is bad, because I'm playing other things.
Play it. It was... Oh, by the way, have you cleared all the extra stuff in the game?
Yes, I 100% cleared that SOB.
Okay, but you didn't master all the jobs, right?
I did. That is the one thing I did not do, unfortunately. So I guess I can't say I 100%ed it, but I did all the extra stuff. I did all the side stuff, all the extra bosses, all the side area. I did all the side quests. I did not master all the jobs, though. No.
Not really surprised about that, given how much time this would take. But
so much time.
I'm a bit afraid that I will miss something, some subquest or anything.
Okay, look. There will come a point in the game, and this game is so hard to speak about or even review, quite frankly, because there's points in the game where you can't really talk about it after the fact, because just talking about it in general would spoil what it is. So I actually struggled with writing my review because I think one of the main flaws I had with the game is something I can't actually talk to people about. But there's a point in the game where you will know, just via the flow of events, you will know, okay, there's probably stuff I can miss here, so I have to be careful. I will tell you where you are right now, you're not there yet.
Okay.
I say give it like a chapter or so, and you'll know why that's the case, just sort of naturally. But that's all I can say without spoiling.
Okay, I'll be on the lookout for all those things.
Yeah.
Okay, so number one. Surprise, surprise, Phantasy Star Online 2.
Phantasy Star Online.
500.
Oh, Jesus.
80 hours, I think.
Holy crap. And I say holy crap, but I could totally see that.
Yeah, and they're still adding new stuff to the game. Like, last week they've added a new system in which if you're do the certain things like unlock the hardest quests and so on, there's a slight possibility of you to get abducted by the guys.
What?
Yeah, you're abducted. You can't come back to your camp ship, to the lobby. Only way to do this is to die.
Huh?
There's a 1 hour timer, and if you're able to clear this quest, your character gets cloned and will appear in others people quests.
Whoa, that's awesome.
Yeah, but it's really hard to do since there are things that you have to do, that like this abduction occurs before the time attack quests, stuff like that, but no one really knows what triggers it.
Okay, so it really does seem random.
It's random. Sure. We were trying to do that for a few hours, but failed. And the friend that I tried to do it with got abducted by accident, so... Yeah.
That's so cool! Oh, man. Like, I only played like 20 hours of it, which is nothing compared to Dwarfing Time. But we talked about Phantasy Star Online 2 came up a lot over the past year on this podcast. And actually it was on my top 10 list up until like 10 minutes before we recorded. Because, I took it off because I felt like I hadn't played enough of it to feel comfortable putting it on the list, despite the fact that I loved every minute I played of it. It was just a matter of, like, I couldn't get myself to sit down at the computer and devote time to it, which is why I'm so excited for the Vita version, and to a lesser extent even the smartphone version, just because I know I'll play it more when I can play it wherever I want to, essentially,
Yeah. Are you in the beta test?
I am in the beta test, so I'm really hyped for that. You know, I wrote the preview for Destructoid for Phantasy Star Online 2 when it was at TGS for the Vita. And, you know, I loved what I played. It was great. Honestly, like I've said before, I'm more of a handheld gamer. So as soon as they announced this game for the Vita last year, I was completely on board, more so for the Vita. So yeah, I can't wait to dive back into this game again, because the 20 hours I did play on the PC were just absolutely glorious.
Yeah, sadly we can't release any footage of the beta test, I think.
Yeah.
No screenshots, no videos. I'm not sure if we can talk about it, but
I don't remember reading anything like that in the clause, but I guess we'll have to go over it again to see what's up. Because it would be a shame if we couldn't talk about it on the podcast.
yeah. Well, the only downside of the beta is that it's not a 24/7 test, but rather it's like 5-7 hours on Tuesday, and it goes on like this.
Yeah, it's like, what is it? It's like 4 or something. It's like 4 to 11 every night or something like that. It's weird.
Yeah. So be sure to check that schedule.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be getting a lot of playtime in. So
Yeah, and one more thing, if you get to level 10 in the beta, you will get a great weapon in the full version.
we got to do it. Me, you, and Kyle. Let's make it happen.
Yep. Shouldn't be too hard, but...
Yeah, no, not really.
And my true number one
on
my game of the year list, the AKB 149 Love Collection.
Get out, you're done here. We're turning off the recording, folks. See you later. We're never inviting Hasemo back to the podcast. Nah, I kid you, you know. People like what they like. You know what? I'm in no position to judge.
I don't want to judge anyone, but have you seen the prices for the download content in that game?
It's ridiculous. They are. It is theft, essentially.
It's 1,000 yen for a costume pack, and there are 4 costume packs, I think.
You know, it's sad too, because they know they can milk the fans for that sort of stuff. And yeah, you know, the fans are at fault for biting in the first place, but still, you know, God, you know the game's gonna sell like crazy anyway. Why do you have to, you know, steal from the fans, essentially? Anyway, that's another story.
Wow.
Overall, 2012, you know, I played a lot of games in 2012. Mostly Japanese games, in all honesty. As you can tell, both of our lists were pretty much Western game free. That isn't to say there weren't great Western games that released, and I can only speak for myself here, but my tastes are very much so, you know, I've said it before, handheld stuff and kind of quirky Japanese stuff. So shooters don't really do it for me anymore. I'm kind of sick of shooting people. I don't know, that doesn't do much for me these days. But, yeah, so don't take that to mean I hate Western games or anything like that. It's just, you know, for instance, I loved Journey. I really enjoyed Journey. I've enjoyed what I've played.
Journey was awesome.
I've enjoyed what I've played of Walking Dead. So don't get me wrong. I'm not saying those games are bad, but just not really suited to where my tastes are right now, I guess you could say. But yeah, 2012.
That was fun. Some good games in 2012, eh?
Yes.
Yeah. Where's everyone gone? Everyone's asleep. Sorry to wake you up. Can we just do quickly some disappointments? I want to see some disappointments. I know Eric doesn't, but
Let's not be negative.
sorry. Why not?
Let's be positive thinking.
What, region locking is nothing to be disappointed about?
I'm not disappointed about region locking.
I am.
There you go. There's one person.
Okay.
What about the crappy Japanese PS Plus service? What about
that? What was that game? Gravity Days. That was a disappointment, huh?
Yeah.
Right.
How about the lack of Last Guardian information?
Oh.
Who cares about that?
Oh,
Seriously?
come on. Yeah, I mean, what? You think they're just going to drop it after like 5 years of work?
I wouldn't play it to begin with. After Eco and Colossus, screw them. Forget it.
Wow. Negative.
I guess it's only 5 years of work if they've actually had 5 years working on it. Like, if they've actually been doing anything. I mean, I was excited about it years ago, but now I've written it off. If it comes, it comes. If it doesn't, then. But yeah, it's just been dragging on too long now. I'm kind of half hoping that they're just going to move it and have it, just spend a bit more time, maybe drop it on PS4 or whatever. Just do something really special with it. But yeah, right now, I just doubt whether it even exists.
Actually, it's been more than 5 years. Shadow of the Colossus originally came out in North America on October 18th, 2005. So it's been at least 7 years.
And yeah, some kind of development issues going on there.
Yeah.
Ouch. Oh, okay, so obviously no one wants to really talk about disappointments then. No?
I have nothing to say. I mean, what's there to say?
Okay, wait, we got two people here who've both played Space Harrier 3D. Come on, you got to talk about that, right?
Oh my god. It's amazing.
Is it?
It's amazing.
Definitely is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it really amazing?
So tell us, where do we find this game?
It's Japanese eShop only at the moment.
Okay, how much is it?
Obviously on the 3DS. I'm a massive Space Harrier nut. And when I saw it, I was like, that's probably going to just be, it'll be Space Harrier with a 3D mode in it. But the amount of effort that's gone into it is amazing. For a start, the multiple view modes, you basically can have it so that it emulates the hydraulic chair, so the whole screen will tilt. But it's the little attention to details, like they've sampled the sound of the chair moving, so you can actually hear, as the screen tilts, the hydraulic chair moving. There's just so many little things. You can mix the sound. You can go in and, you have like a fairly simple sort of graphic equalizer that you can, boost it to your personal sort of taste. But the biggest surprise for me was I was playing it on the go, and is this a spoiler or not? Maybe edit this out if you think it is. But the boss that was not in the arcade version, but was in the Master System, the X68000, a few other versions, Higher O, is in. So they've hacked in it seems to be the arcade base. They've hacked in an extra boss, which for me was just like, what the expecting the game to end, and then suddenly this, it's a dual fire dragon appears. And basically I was in shock the first time. I just got wiped out. But yeah, it's unbelievable. You can record your replays. It's amazing. It's absolutely fantastic. As soon as it comes out, everyone should grab it. If you've got any interest in Space Harrier, it's just absolutely essential.
Yeah, it really feels like the way it should be experienced.
Yeah.
In 3D, I mean, the 3D it's subtle, but it does make a difference.
Cool. I mean, the thing that it made me want was just like, I hope that this isn't just a one-off, and that M2, specifically M2, are working on other games. Because, like I say, the effort, even the credits, if you watch the credits, they've sort of hacked together a credit reel that's in-engine, and it's just fantastic.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so, yes, I wanted to ask DC about, was it Fantasy Life?
Yeah. Now, this might be better to bounce off with me and Elliot. I tried to play, to give you some background, I tried to play Animal Crossing again for about the fifth time. I mean, I really enjoyed the GameCube version. I don't know why I enjoyed it, but I really got into it. But then when I tried to go back to Animal Crossing since then, it just feels a little bit too much like real life, like paying your mortgage, going collecting shells, things like that. And then I saw Fantasy Life, and I hadn't really thought about getting it. And again, I just said I had some spare Nintendo cash on my eShop, so I thought, sod it, I'll get it. And it's really good.
It's a level 5 game, right?
Yeah, it's level 5 and Brownie Brown.
Uh-huh.
It's basically, there's a lot of parts of Animal Crossing in there. But there's also, depending on which life you choose, I happen to have went with the mercenary. So it actually plays out more like a sort of questing action RPG stroke, offline MMO style game where you got this whole list of quests, and you go and just basically kill stuff for loot and for experience. And it feels like the way it does it is it gives you the very basics of what you need to do. It's like, right, this is the job. You meet a talking butterfly who sort of gives you some guidance for the main story. But then it just leaves you to go and do what you want to do. It doesn't really explain all the ins and outs. It doesn't say, well, if you go here, you can maybe do some mining or whatever. It just leaves you to go and explore and, do everything when you want and where you want. Now, I got the digital version, and I think that's going to be the way to go, because I think it's going to be something I'm going to be playing for quite a long time, which has been a bit of a surprise. I think I've got about 18 hours on the clock, and it's been a long, long time since I put that sort of time into a game consistently. In a while, yeah. I mean, before going to bed, I'd say, I'll just play another hour, and then that becomes 3 or 4. It's just fun. It's just very, very simple, basic fun. And then obviously there's the Animal Crossing elements, which you can choose to dip in and out as you want. You can spruce up your room, you can put wallpaper up, you can go and craft extra weaponry and items and mix and match your life. The other good thing is I haven't played much with it, but I know people who have. You're not... I've chosen mercenary as my life in inverted commas, but then you can go and change to be something else, and you sort of keep your base statistics, but then you switch skill sets. So, if you become a miner, you get your mining skills, and then you can go and grind for various materials, but then you can switch back, to whatever you want to be. So it's fun. It seems like it's going to be great. I have 3 dogs as well.
How many classes is there?
I think it's 8. I think it basically there's a knight, mercenary, miner, lumberjack, wizard, a few others. So it's like each one is significantly different. In that it will completely change the way you play the game. So if you become a lumberjack, you're basically grinding trees rather than actually going and getting into fights with demons and dragons. So
if you're a lumberjack, can you go through the game without killing anything?
I think so. I mean, to be honest, I haven't really tried it much. I'm only going off someone else's word who basically, I think they switched in to be a miner to go and grind some materials to make weapons. So I think, you basically, the game completely changes.
Is this multiplayer at all?
It is. There's an online multiplayer, so you can play it like a grindy, sort of almost like a mana game where you're going through and just action RPGing, slashing things and getting the drops and experience. I haven't tried that yet, actually, but it has that ability. Yeah.
So how many people online is it? Is it? I guess it's local.
I think it's just local. Let's see if I can find anything on that. But I think it's just 2 players.
Oh, okay, that's cool. So obviously, the reason for picking this up was what? Was it just because
curiosity?
Because you had money in your wallet?
Basically, this is going to sound even weirder. Although I disliked Animal Crossing, I kind of like the idea of having something a bit long term. Now, the game I usually use for that is Monster Hunter, but I'm just so Monster Hunted out, and I've tried to get back into Monster Hunter 3G, and I just can't do it. I need a break from it, and probably even though I got the GameCube, the Wii U version as well, I just need to wait for Monster Hunter 4, I think. So I wanted something that I could have that would be like a long-term commitment. And although Animal Crossing was my my first attempt to find a game like that, I just couldn't stick it for more than 3 hours and sold it back. But this is sort of, again, I'd not heard much about it. I knew very little about it, and I've been surprised at how much fun it is. And it's selling. I think it's basically sold out everywhere at the moment as well. So it's really taken off. There's a few questions of whether it's sort of coattailing on the back of Animal Crossing, but it's. I personally think it's a much better game. There's more to do. It's much more fun. There's actual questing. It's like a nice mix of the two.
Okay, this is a recording with Elliot and Hasemo. This was recorded the day after we recorded the podcast, and this is Elliot's view or take on fantasy life on the 3DS.
Actually, there is a game that it was released at the very end of 2012. And, if I had played it more in 2012, it probably would have made my list, just judging from where I am now. And I never thought I'd say this about a game from level 5 in this day and age. But I picked up Fantasy Life for the 3DS, which I believe was mostly developed by Brownie Brown, who is known for their work on Mother 3. And the music is composed by Nobuo Uematsu of Final Fantasy fame, and the character art and designs and the main logo was by Yoshitaka Amano, also of Final Fantasy fame. And I know a lot of the writers on it actually were apparently from Mother 3 as well, so it's got a lot of talent behind it. I wasn't really expecting much from it, quite frankly. It kind of looked like an Animal Crossing clone, and I'm not really an Animal Crossing guy. I know that's big. It's a big game with a lot of people, but for me, I can't get into it. It's a lot of doing nothing. And that's what I thought Fantasy Life was going to be, but it's not at all. I mean,
really?
It really isn't. And maybe it's just because of the job I picked, to start the game off with, but even that in itself is telling of the sort of freedom you have. It really is. You can do anything in this game that you want to do, essentially. You want to be a blacksmith and stay in the shop and make weapons, make really cool weapons and armor, you can do that. Do you want to be the adventurer going on the field, just killing monsters and looking for new, areas to explore? You can do that. Do you want to go down the main story? You can do that as well. And, the main story doesn't, at least where I am so far, you could go through the first 4 hours of the main story without killing a single thing. Yeah, or you could kill things in the main story. It's sort of up to you. The game gives you those choices. And the thing is, the main story itself is actually really charming and really cutely written, I guess you could say. It's interesting enough that you want to keep playing, but it's also really relaxing in a way. Especially if, you spend 2 hours out in the field exploring mountains and caves and stuff and fighting, big dragons. And you're like, okay, I'm kind of done with this for a little while. I kind of want to just lay back, relax, and enjoy the ride. You can go on to the main story quests. And, there are dozens upon dozens, probably hundreds of side quests for people in the main city that I'm at right now. But apparently there's 4 cities. And I've only been spending time in the main one, and I haven't even talked to everybody in the main city yet. Never mind done all the side quests there is to do. I'm 5 hours into the game right now, and I haven't even, touched everything there is to see. Hell, just now, I was told that I could move out of my apartment and buy my own house. And I also learned that you can ride horses in the game as well. But I gotta go get my horse license. So, these things are still opening up. And, I was talking to DCharlie about this a little bit. But the game just, it provides you with so many incentives to do things, and it rewards you for pretty much everything you do. So you feel like even if you sit down with the game for 5 minutes, it'll give you some kind of really neat reward for doing that. So you never feel like your time is wasted in the game.
Tell me about the fighting system in this game.
Okay.
Because...
combat, I can only speak to what I've actually played thus far. I'm playing as a knight, so there are a few battle classes. There are a few jobs that are, heavily focused on battles. There's the mage, there's the archer, there's the mercenary, and then there's the knight. And as you can imagine, each one has their own very specific way of fighting. In the knight's case, it's, with a sword or a two-handed sword. And it's quick, it's satisfying, it's snappy. You have A-button combos, the mashable combos, but then you have special attacks as well that are mapped to other buttons. Things like hold down the Y button for an extended period of time, and you can launch your attack. You have shield attacks as well. You can sort of choose whether or not to equip a shield, but in my case, I'm using a one-handed sword. So while normally I would like to use a shield, the one-handed sword has a few really cool two-handed techniques. But if I have a shield equipped, I can't use them. So I'm actually going shieldless for the time being. But I mean, it's fun, it's light, and because the game isn't completely focused on combat, it can kind of get away with that kind of combat style. The cool thing about the game is that when you're on the field, you'll encounter really big monsters pretty frequently. Some that you're really, you're way out of your league if you try to fight this thing. But you can still try anyway. And the boss fights are pretty challenging. You know, they're fun. The music changes and everything, too, when you encounter one of them. And a lot of the time, they'll have little minions, too, so you'll have to really pay attention to who you're targeting and how you're moving. But at least as a knight right now, I'm having a lot of fun with the combat. I imagine things will play very differently as an archer or as a mage, just because it's more of a long-ranged game. But the cool thing is that if I want to, I can jump right into that job line. You know, I can become an archer if I want to, immediately, you know, right now, just press of a button. And that'll send me down a completely different set of side quests that I can do as the archer, while maintaining my skills as the knight. So the game, it doesn't restrict you in any way in terms of what you want to do. Oh, you know, you're tired of being a knight and you want to be a mage right now? Go ahead. You know, go right ahead. That's it. Whatever you want to do, you can do it. And that's kind of what I wanted from Animal Crossing from the get-go, is the ability to, like, live a fantasy life however I want to live it. You know, whether that means battling, fighting things, or just chilling and relaxing. Like, I just wanted options. And Animal Crossing was very, like, well, your options are to live and buy couches. Whereas fantasy life, it's like, do whatever you want in this huge, sprawling, open world with, you know, really beautiful, charming, melodical uematsu music and, you know, a really cute, charming, interesting main story. You know? I could picture myself playing this for hours on end. You know, I bought the digital copy of the game because I was thinking, well, if I like it, it'll probably be one of those games I'll play for hours upon hours. It definitely looks like that's going to be the case. You know, just today, I'd pick it up for like 5 minutes, or intending to play for 5 minutes, and I would play for like an hour, put it down, go do something else, and be like, man, I want to play more Fantasy Life. Pick it up, play another hour. You know, today I racked up 4 of my 5 hours, so go figure.
And is there any kind of a multiplayer social aspect in the game, or is it all single-player fun?
There is multiplayer. It's not online multiplayer. You can get like 2 other buddies and go adventuring and stuff. You know, typical 3-player, go fight things, or you can go farm for things. Pretty much anything that you can do in the game solo, you can do multiplayer. And I guess there's also a Street Pass element, but it doesn't actually seem like it's all that expanded upon. Like, it kind of seems like it's just sort of there. Which makes sense, because as I'm playing the game, it really does feel like a singular kind of experience. Like, this is for you, mostly. It's not like Animal Crossing, where a lot of, like, the appeal comes from showing off your stuff to other people. Here it really does feel like, okay, well, this is your fantasy life, yours to live, we're not really focused on what other people are experiencing. But I guess you can have other people enter your game and become, like, people in the city that you live in, and you can talk to them and get items from them and stuff, but I haven't really been walking around with my 3DS with the game enough at this point, so I haven't really experienced any of that stuff.
Oh.
But I mean,
no online multiplayer?
No online multiplayer to speak of, as far as I'm aware. The cool thing about this game is, like, you know, Level 5 pumps out a lot of games, but last year, you know, I thought they did at least for my taste, you know, I really enjoyed Time Travelers. I've really enjoyed Phoenix, Professor Layton versus Ace Attorney, which, you know, is a fan servicey type of game, but I think it's fairly well made. But Fantasy Life is their first sort of new IP that's done really big numbers, and I've gone around shops here and it's sold out everywhere. You cannot find this game in stores. It is gone. Which I'm sure Hino over at Level 5 is absolutely thrilled, because they've been hurting for a success like this for a long time. But I think for once it's actually deserved, though. The game is absolutely fantastic, and I really do hope people out west get a chance to play it.
I might as well try, as you speak so highly of it.
Give it a shot. I mean, you might want to wait till you can get it physically, so you can sell it back if you don't like it, but, you know, I'm loving it so far.
Yeah, I think that's what I'll do.
Excellent. So, Cheesy.
Yes.
MegaMan.
I got the Famicom games 1 through 6 on the 3DS.
Oh, wow. 1 through 6.
Yep, same here.
How much are these a pop?
They're normally 500 yen a pop, but they were on sale for 400 yen a pop.
Okay.
So that ran me, 2,400 yen?
Eric, did you buy this as well?
I already had 2 I bought that a while back, but yeah, then when the sale happened, I bought the rest of them. I've been playing through them this year. I
Okay.
beat 1 and 3.
You guys
We're
want
on
to talk
4
about
now.
them?
Yeah, playing through these games again just reminds you of how well they were designed and put together. I mean, the difficulty balancing and the level construction, the way that all the different weapons that you acquire have different effects on different enemies. It's just really well thought out and just really well done. And they still stand up today. I mean, they're still very, very much playable. And there's a reason why when the series was resurrected with 9 that they went back to the 8-bit style. It's because it just works so well. I mean, there's no need to mess with such a good thing the way that 7 and 8 did. So I've been having a lot of fun. I've gone through 2, 3, and 4 so far. I've just started on 5 again. And then
I like how you said. I like how you said you went through 2, 3, and 4. You skipped 1, huh?
I'll go back to that one last. It's just so hard that even with the save states, I might have a hard time.
No, I played. I only skipped 2 because I beat it. I think in November I played it again. But I went through. I beat 1, and that's just a weird game. It's such a weird game. It's amazing that they went from 1 to 2. Like
Yeah, they're like night and day.
Yeah, they're completely different. And like, I guess to say what I say is that like 3 feels like a real 2. Like 2 is like where it really starts, and then like 3 is just like I love 3 so much. Like 3 is just like it does so much cool. Like it's just like even playing it. I just beat it today, and like just playing the game. It's just like it's amazing. Like how much a game that old could like just chunk into it. There's just so much stuff shoved into it. It's just kind of amazing. Like to look at like what we expect out of games today. You know, it, like was actually delivered so many years ago, just with like lower graphic quality. Well, not quality, but like lower graphic power. It's interesting to think about.
Right. For as much praise that Mega Man 2 gets, I really would have to say that Mega Man 3 is the more fully realized game. There's just a lot more going on. There are more levels. I mean, there are more features like Rush is made into a character, where you just had items 1, 2, and 3. I mean, it just shows that a lot more thought was put into it. They started adding to the cast of characters with Proto Man, and they brought back the old bosses from Mega Man 2 with Doc Robot. I mean, that's something that none of the other games ever did.
No, not even. Yeah. Like
So
4 after that was kind of weird.
So you're obviously a lot older now playing it now. Are they still as hard as they were before, or are they even harder because your
I think they're
your
harder 'cause I'm
skills?
old.
Yeah, because you're getting old, right?
Yeah.
Well, the Mega Man games aren't a sort of game that you can like build up a routine on and play through them countlessly like you could with like the Super Mario games, where it just gets to be a routine and it's like, oh, ho hum, it's like I've been through this a million times, I can play it blindfolded. Mega Man games keep their level of difficulty over a longer period of time. I've found that every time you play through it, it's not going to be that much easier or harder than it was before. They're still pretty challenging. They have their tough spots where you need to pick the right weapon or item to use to get past the obstacles. And there are many varied and difficult obstacles to navigate. So it keeps it interesting. And more so in Mega Man 3, you have more levels than the other games. Mega Man 4, 5, 6, and 7 all have additional castles beyond just Wily's Skull Castle that you have to go through before getting to Wily. So really the amount of content, the amount of varied content really keeps the challenge up, even if you've played through the games before, I've found.
Cool. Excellent. Anyone, we've all got Wii U's here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anyone
Yep.
play Tank Tank Tank?
I did.
Nope.
No. In Japan, it's they've set it out as piecemeal, right?
It's free to play.
It's all free to play, but you only get 3 multiplayer games a day,
Yeah, and there's no online.
and there's no online. You can't play any of the missions because you got to pay for that.
Story mode is like, what, 2,200 yen?
Yeah, you got to pay 2,200 yen for the story mode. You get you only get 3 multiplayer games a day. If you want to pay for them, I don't know, they're an extra God knows how much. Why are Namco doing this? I mean, they did it similar with Ridge Racer, right? DLC Racer.
Well, to be fair, there's going to be a full retail version released in February, I believe it is.
Yes, there is, but it's still too expensive, right? It's still like...
That's like 5,400 yen or something?
Yeah.
And I would have to think that this free-to-play piecemeal sort of distribution has got to be an experiment to see how well that sort of business model does versus the retail version. And they're going to obviously be comparing sales figures and deciding what they do with their larger scale games.
Saying that, though, I had a blast playing it. Even though I only got to play three multiplayer levels, I have a real blast playing it. I really enjoy it. I think it's just colourful. It's very simple, and it's fun. Just wish I could play some of the other multiplayer levels. The one I wanted to play is the one where you're the gorilla, and you're smashing the city and smashing the other tanks and stuff. But they don't allow you to play that. They only allow you to play that obviously when you buy it. So I was quite disappointed about that.
Yeah, from what I did see, it looked like the enemies and the levels were fairly well modeled and animated, and there's just a lot going on. There's a lot of manic action going on, and it keeps you on your toes. And it looks like there's also a fair bit of variety in terms of like accoutrements you can get for your tank. It's like you can get bigger guns or more missiles, or all sorts of different expansions for your tank. And there seems like there's a fair bit of content in that regard, that and levels and modes. So it looks fairly interesting if you're willing to pay to unlock a lot of that stuff a little bit at a time.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I enjoy it. I like taking the photographs and putting silly helmets and hats on myself. And yeah, I play it with my daughter as well, and she has fun. I didn't think it was going to be fun playing it on the Wiimote, but it is. It's kind of simple.
Yeah, it's just the directional pad for moving, and then A to shoot.
Yeah, I think you use the gyro, don't you? You can tilt the Wiimote to.
Can you?
Yeah, to move the gun.
Oh,
so,
I had no idea.
Yeah.
Maybe I was doing it wrong.
Yeah. No, I don't think I want to spend that kind of money on it, which is a shame. So.
Yeah, I don't know.
I would have liked to have played it online, but it's all couch co-op. So again, that's a shame as well.
Yeah, when I first started the game and asked me to take a picture and put a mask on my portrait, I'm like, wait a minute, is this going to be online? I don't know if I want to show my real face online. Let me find the mask that most obscures my face. And then I realized, wait a minute, is this offline? I went and checked the website. I'm like, where's the online mention? Where's the online? It's not mentioning online. What's going on here?
I was hoping it was going to pull pictures from like the Miiverse.
Yeah.
You know, it would have been funny if it uploaded. Like, obviously, it would ask you beforehand to upload your photos to the Miiverse, and then maybe pull Miiverse pictures down as your like either enemies or your comrades.
Well, you should be able to post screenshots onto Miiverse. So hypothetically, you could get your mug onto Miiverse.
Woohoo!
I don't know why you would want to do that, but
why not?
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Excellent. Anyone play Soul Sacrifice?
Yes.
I played it for 10 minutes.
You played it for 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Okay, look. I didn't like it. It wasn't for me, but, like, for me, it was just kind of like, I mean, let's say my little whiny thing, and you guys can talk about how you actually love it and how it's the best game ever. But, like, the whole thing for me was that, like, Inafune made this whole, like, you know, his whole, like, spiel, and then, like, here comes a game, and then people are like, hey, it's kind of like Monster Hunter. I'm like, wait a minute. I mean, like, whether or not it's like Monster Hunter, people made Monster Hunter comparisons, and it's like, guy left Capcom, wants to save video games, makes a Monster Hunter clone, whatever. But then another thing is that, like, start up the game, it's like, press start, I press start, and then there's the deep Resident Evil voice, Soul Sacrifice. I'm like, seriously? Like, this guy left Capcom, and, like, all these Capcom game things are, like, being put into this game. And then, like, he's supposed to save game, and some of them, I don't know. It's not for me. Anyway, go on. Next.
Did you actually make it to the actual game, or
Yeah, no, I played
Sacrifice.
Yeah, are you sure? Because I'm pretty sure the first 10 minutes is just text and dialogue.
Yeah,
I skipped most of that.
Pretty heavy.
I skip most of that. It's gross too. Like, I mean, I'm a queasy little child. I realize that, but like the book was just like, it was making me queasy. Like I was about ready to barf.
The book's awesome, man. I mean, any game with a talking book, I mean, it's always winning my eyes.
The nice things I would say was the voice for the book was really cool. I thought that was really neat. Like I like the voice, the way they do it with the book. That was really cool. And but yeah, the gameplay just wasn't for me. But you guys have you talk amongst yourselves.
Okie dokie. Right, okay, so you start off in the a cage, right? You're in a cage and you're about to be sacrificed, and you find this book on the floor. Person who was, am I getting this right? He was killed before you? Is his experience before he was killed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you get this book, and then you get all these kind of crazy flashbacks of what's happened in the past to this particular guy before he was killed. Am I getting that right, or am I completely wrong?
Actually, it's so long since I played the demo, but yeah, that's roughly what I thought was going on.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, exactly. So you get pulled into this game. You get pulled into the world. You get all these like flashbacks and stuff of how he was able to defeat enemies, and then it allows you to go and defeat these enemies using the abilities that he had before he was killed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. we don't sound very sure, do we? I haven't played.
No, it's kind of weird. I mean, I sort of started sort of reading it more as I got into it, when it starts bringing in more of the Merlin sort of lore and all those allusions to the Camelot story, which I thought was kind of interesting. But yeah, the game itself it's kind of weird. I think Eric touched on something that, I mean, I did when I heard soul sacrifice. I was like, oh, Jesus Christ. This is, I wasn't sure what we were going to get with this. I mean, obviously, Vita is not entirely in a great situation. And the idea that this was going to be, Monster Hunter-esque, I was like, well, it's going to get slaughtered. If it's going to go up, especially at the time, we're talking about it going up against Monster Hunter in the same Monster Hunter 4 in the same time frame. I was kind of put off, and the big hurdle when I first started playing was, basically accepting that it's not really that much like Monster Hunter. Obviously, you're fighting a big monster, but the gameplay between the two is significantly different.
Yeah, it's very different, right? This is all arena based as well.
Yeah, basically, that was the first big surprise, because I was expecting it to ape Monster Hunter in that you would have a large area where you would hunt down the monster, but it's not like that. It basically just throws you in and says, right, monster's over there. There's some scrub enemies around that you have to use to sort of level up your abilities and keep your there's a mechanism where you can only use your sort of magic abilities a set number of times. If you overuse them, then effectively you can't use them ever again in that arena. So you have to keep sort of killing the scrub monsters in order to, top up the number of times you can use these abilities.
Yeah.
And they balance it well. I mean, the scrub enemies can actually level up themselves. If you leave them just wandering around, they'll start to get stronger and stronger, and they get new attacks and abilities. So you can't really just they're popcorn enemies, but you can't leave them because they then become dangerous themselves.
Right.
But the action itself, the way it plays out, it's much faster than how Monster Hunter plays out. It's very immediate. There's no hunting down. There's no tracking. There's none of the extra fluff so far. I mean, there is an amount of grinding and loot and hidden sort of abilities around the levels, but the whole farm mechanic and having to grind over and over in Monster Hunter, that's just not there. The time concept works in reverse. You're basically, the faster you can kill off a monster, the better the end of level drops, rather than in Monster Hunter you usually have a countdown clock that you have to beat. In some cases that becomes quite difficult as you get further into the game. But yeah, it was fun. I mean, it was a lot better than I expected it to be.
Mm-hmm.
I was expecting it to be so, but it's basically jumped to basically the game I want more than anything else, which is interesting. I mean, possibly even above. I mean, I'm sure I'm going to love Monster Hunter 4, but it's going to be Monster Hunter, and I'm starting to see, the Monster Hunter list of, monsters, and it's the same monsters. There's going to be new ones, but then it's like, oh yeah, we're going to bring back, Kongala from basically Monster Hunter DOS, and you can see what Capcom are doing with that, but this is something different. It's not going to be as popular as Monster Hunter. We can say that right away, given that it's on the Vita, but it's got a chance of setting something off, or at least be moderately successful. And the demo was fantastic. I mean,
it's huge, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think I dropped about 8 hours into it, and all that progress is going to carry over into the final game, and you can only tap out at. You have a combined 20 levels, right, which you can spread between attack and defense in any way you want, yes. But you can only get a maximum of 20, right? Is that right?
I think it is. Yeah, I haven't maxed everything out yet.
Yeah, I mean, I ended up with 10 and 10, but I've seen other players with 12 and 8, so I assume it's there might be an upper level per defense and attack.
So I mean, what you're talking about there, 10 and 10, that means you've sacrificed 10 and saved 10, right?
Yeah. Right. So, but then it basically boils down to defense attack, right?
I was actually surprised with the AI in this game. At one point, I used all my magic, and I didn't have any magic, and I was really just vulnerable to attack all the time. And so I went looking for top-ups and stuff, which are basically scattered around the arena. And I was looking for trees and stuff, to top up on that. And while I was looking around, topping up my energy in that, obviously the AI is battling away with the boss. So the particular boss I was fighting was Jack-O-Lantern.
Yeah.
And the woman was wailing away at him while I was away looking for stuff, and she actually beat him while I was somewhere else.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, thanks, you've just done the work for me. So I didn't expect the AI to be able to take him down by themselves. I thought that it would have at least needed me to be involved in it, and it just seems that if she was, she's able to do it by herself, I was quite surprised. I didn't think it'd do that.
Yeah, I had one, a bit of a gripe. I mean, I know basically there is a sacrifice element. So basically, if you're on your last legs and you're playing online multiplayer, then you can be sacrificed to basically make people more powerful, give final attacks to other players, do massive damage to the boss. But if you play with the CPU, you basically call out for help if you're basically being killed. Again, unlike Monster Hunter, you have sort of 3 deaths, and then if that happens, the whole mission's failed.
Right.
I was fighting the Harpy.
Yes.
And it's a fairly, I went through it, and I'd just basically used all my magic, and I hadn't been watching, so I ended up with no attacks except for a basic attack that does very little damage and takes away your health.
Yeah,
so I was just
part of the sacrifice thing, right?
Yeah.
Is it the blood thing?
Yeah. But then basically, rather than just giving up or whatever, I just plod on, and the CPU would come over and resurrect me each and every time, over and over and over again. So it took me about 40 minutes, but it was basically just kicking this thing ever so slightly until it fell down and won. So that was kind of odd.
But you can't. When you die, you can request what the AI will do, right?
Yeah. So basically, I just wanted to see how far I could take it. So I just got it to resurrect me, and basically I was just dying right away again, and then just right, come and resurrect me again. And obviously the drops that you then get, because it takes so long, get crap.
Well, I mean, the thing I like about it is that when you do die, you still have some kind of influence over the game, especially in multiplayer.
Yeah, you can tap on the enemies and
take their power down. Take
you can
energy
actually
down.
See how much damage people are doing and things like that, right?
So I think it's nice to be able to still participate in the battle even though you're dead.
Yeah.
So I think that's a great little mechanic of either helping your teammates. If you tap on your teammates, you increase their energy and their power, and if you tap on the enemy, you obviously you take it away. So I thought it was. It's a great mechanic, and it's better than just game over, see you later. Now watch the rest of the team do what they need to do while you sit there and do nothing. So I don't know. Well, I liked it anyway. So
Yeah, I love it. I think it's going to be interesting to see how it goes. Not expecting it to set the world on fire, but it's a great game. I'm just concerned that I just hope Sony aren't planning to resurrect the Vita on this alone. I'd like to think that they have, if this is one final roll of the dice for it, which, it'd probably plod on for a few years. I hope they have something coordinated that they can say, right, here's Soul Sacrifice, and this, and this are lined up, or else it's find itself in quite a, well, it's already in trouble. I don't know if it can dig itself out, but, it's got a chance if they do something coordinated, but, yeah, we'll have to see.
So, the music in this is pretty spectacular as well, right?
Yeah, it's very good. Very, very good.
I really, really enjoyed the music of this. I'm just happy that it's a demo that you can put a hell of a lot of time into, and then you can bring it into the final retail. And the retail comes in 2 flavors, doesn't it? It comes in a single game or the double pack.
Yeah.
So
I'll be double packing me and see if I can get the wife to play.
It's a game I'm really looking forward to, and I can't wait till it comes out. It comes out in March, right?
Yeah. And now it's got much more of a chance because Monster Hunter was delayed.
Yeah, Monster Hunter's been delayed, so yeah, it's got much more of a chance. I guess Sony must be...
Again, I guess there isn't that many people sitting around, deciding on Soul Sacrifice or Monster Hunter, so maybe it's a bit of a duff argument. But yeah, I mean, if there is people still sitting around thinking, maybe stuck on PSP and looking for a Monster Hunter-ish game again, not quite like Monster Hunter, and I think people will be surprised how different it is, then it could have some draw. But yeah, once Monster Hunter 4 comes out, then I think there's going to be a huge... I don't think people, I'm going off topic here and I'm rambling, but a lot of people said, the Monster Hunter crowd have moved over. I don't think they have yet. I think when Monster Hunter 4 comes out, it's going to go really crazy.
Yeah, it'll go nuts, and
yeah,
I mean, it'll just show you that the fact that the console versions don't seem to sell anywhere near the amount that the portable versions sell, which is just shows you the shift in the Japanese market.
Yeah,
of home console to handheld games, whereas like the handheld games will sell like 7 million units like on the PSP, and the home console won't even break 1 million.
Yeah, I mean, on the PS3 it did 440, and it's done 160 or so on the Wii U.
Yeah.
I mean, people were saying, the Wii U's got Monster Hunter, but it's not quite the same.
No.
It's
it's a social thing as well, though. Monster Hunter in Japan, you go and you play with your friends, you gather around, and everyone sits together. It's a social thing, whereas Monster Hunter, it's online, and it's not really a social thing anymore because everyone's all over the country. They're not together in the same room or whatever, or in McDonald's or whatever. You know what I mean? It's just a different dynamic.
I think this has to be part of the play to get, to try and make this more global. I mean, there's no way they could have. They can put out Monster Hunter and it not be online for the West. It just doesn't work, especially in America.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I'm just trying to point out the differences in the two, where there's the portable and the home console version. But there's a huge discrepancy in the numbers between the two. So yeah, you can definitely tell that Japan is definitely the country of handhelds.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it's one of the things I really want a proper, fully fledged console Monster Hunter, but it's too much money for not enough payback when they could kick out another portable game and sell 2, 3, 4 million. It just doesn't make any sense for them to make that investment. So I sulk.
Yes, I think you shall sulk by yourself. Yeah. So Soul Sacrifice was my demo of the year. To me, to you, again, this is Hasemo and Elliot talking about the best demo of the year.
The best demo of the year.
Oh, yeah.
Most of us. The Soul Sacrifice.
Soul Sacrifice.
The demo's so awesome that most of us spent around 10 hours playing it.
I went home over Christmas break, right? I went back to America, and I had all my stuff with me. All my systems, my handhelds at least. And the one game that I played the most while I was, at home just relaxing with the family was Soul Sacrifice. The demo. I played
Perfect
it
game for
online.
relaxing with family.
My mother thought it was the coolest thing ever. She was so upset when she discovered she couldn't watch me play it on the TV that she actually ended up going out and buying Dark Souls so that she could watch me play that on the TV instead. But I put so many hours to this demo, you know?
Yeah, and the story was really good, surprisingly. That's a good story from this kind of game.
That is the biggest surprise. You know, we played the demo at TGS. We played the multiplayer demo at TGS, and it was fun. Much easier than it was in the actual demo that we have now. But the one thing that took me and you off guard was how interesting the story was. And I think this is where Inefune expects us to sort of separate it from Monster Hunter, is in the way that there's a very, very strong focus on world building and characters and story in this. Especially in the way it tells its story as well, as if it were a book.
Yeah, this presentation was simply awesome.
It's phenomenal, yeah, and it's not in any way traditional to what you'd expect storytelling methods to be for this sort of game, because it treats it like it is a story in a book, and so you have illustrations on the page being, shown to you, but a lot of it is text and voiceover, and it's really effective because it's using the in-game medium that they're, sort of, you're inside the game, inside the book, reading the book. It's weird.
Yeah, really, the music also was, something you couldn't really experience during the TGS.
Oh god,
because of all the noise.
And the booth lady kindly explaining how to play the game. Yeah, the music is
great.
The music is Yasunori Mitsuda, I think, right? Chrono Trigger, Chrono Cross, Xenogears, I think. Because I remember they were making a really big deal out of it. And you can tell, I don't know about you, but my favorite track in the demo is this beautifully haunting theme that plays as you're flipping through the book. It's like there's a little bit of a female vocal as well, and it's really dark, but it's super, super beautiful as soon as the main orchestra kicks in. Monster Hunter has great music, don't get me wrong, full orchestral crazy stuff, but this is just very atmospheric in a different way.
I think I left my Vita on so I could listen to that.
Yeah, okay, so I'm not alone then, because I did the same thing. Like, I was having coffee in the morning, and I was playing some Soul Sacrifice, and my dad was like, oh wow, that's a really beautiful piece of music, and I ended up putting the Vita down in the center of the kitchen so that people could listen to the track. But it's really just fantastic, and regardless of how it sells, that's up to Sony at this point, but I do think that this is a very different game from Monster Hunter for a variety of reasons. I don't think the comparison works as well as some people might think it does. As I was saying, there's a very strong focus on the story, but also in terms of the combat, your goals are very different from your goals in Monster Hunter,
That's true.
The loot you're getting is very different.
Yeah, and there's online multiplayer.
Yeah, it runs really well too.
Yep, no lags. At least, I don't remember any.
Likewise, I was playing in America with people in Japan, and I had zero problem.
Yeah, and the progress from the demo, transfers to the main game. I think it's also the story progress. I think the demo is...
Yes.
It was written on the site somewhere that it's not a demo, it's just the prologue of the game.
Yeah, it's the prologue of the game. So when you buy the full game, you just go right into it.
Yep. But the multiplayer, let's talk about a bit about that, because it was... I knew the gameplay is good, but I really didn't expect it to work this well, especially through the internet, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we played with Kyle, our Twitter friend Expel, and one of Kyle's friends, I think, the four of us, and we tackled all the quests, all the multiplayer quests. I think there are 4 of them.
Yeah, there's one where you fight some of the cats, you fight the bird, and then you fight Jack-o'-lantern. The next one is the Harpy, and then the final one is Cerberus.
Cerberus, yeah. Aside from the Cerberus, all the monsters appear in the story mode, but the ones in the story modes are the weaker versions.
Yes.
So the true ones are the ones in the multiplayer, but you can also play it with bots, so no problem with that. But the Cerberus fight was just so hard for us.
Oh man!
It took
It's
us
such a good fight, though.
20 minutes to kill it. During that time, 2 of us died, got sacrificed. I used the forbidden spell. There's a system in this game that, if you remember the artworks, there were guys with eyeballs popping out of their fingers, stuff like that. And as far as I understand, those are the forbidden arts, which lead to you losing some part of your body. And the one in the demo is the salamander, super strong flame attack.
Yes.
Which leads to you losing your skin.
Yep.
I don't think it's really visible on the character model. There's some sort of red aura around the character, but it's not like your character resembles a skeleton or something.
Yeah, no, nothing like that. And I know when you start a new quest and you haven't restored your forbidden art, you start the quest off and you look like you're in pain and you kind of scream a little bit, and then you stand back up again and you have like the red aura around you. But you can't actually see any visible body damage, at least in the demo. That may change in the final version.
Yeah, and if you use it, your defense is 2 times lower. So that's the thing to remember. But the attack is very strong. So we fought it, and in the end, well, Kyle and me were left. We were able to beat it. Didn't get really high score though, but it was really, really fun.
And actually, something you just mentioned too, just tangentially, the rewards you get after you beat a monster are decided based on your score. Is that right?
Yes, they're decided by your score, and the bonus points you're getting, they have certain decided criteria. For example, if you sacrifice a friend, you get 100 points. If you get sacrificed, you get 100 points. Things like that. If you freeze the enemy and then break the enemy, you get some kind of bonus, I think. So there's that, but people have been complaining about this point system, that it really doesn't reward the killing the bosses effectively. Well, there are bonuses for speed clears, but if you get sacrificed, you get really a lot of points. So it's good to be sacrificed.
Yeah.
People didn't like it, and the creators of the game released a survey asking about the demo experiences, but I've read somewhere that some of the complaints have already are going to be addressed in the full version, the survey aside. That being the point system, it's going to be revamped a bit, I think. The complaint about effectiveness and some other stuff. I don't remember what was it, but I've completed the survey myself. Advised all of you who played the demo to do it as well, so we can get a better product, right?
Yeah. I mean, I know one of the issues is that it's too easy to freeze a lot of these guys, which I definitely get. I mean, I don't have any trouble. I used to have a lot of problems beating Cerberus with people, but nowadays I can generally do it without much of a problem. Still, if half the team isn't playing well, we can still have some problems with Cerberus. But, generally, if you freeze him, you can catch a lot of these guys in a loop with the freezing
freeze
spells.
Him, break him.
And then freeze him again,
Yeah. And the interesting thing that wasn't showed in the demo is the footage from the boss fights from the Nico Nico stream. There were 2, I think. And they've showed new types of magic there. For example, barrier magic. You get 3 of your guys to form a triangle. I think it was 3 and a triangle.
Yes.
And if you catch an enemy inside of the triangle, it stops. The time inside of it stops, and you can beat him.
Yeah, exactly. It's important to mention too that these bosses in the demo are all early bosses. So like, yeah, some of them are pretty easy to beat, but that's because they're like the first ones you encounter when you start playing the game. So I'm actually really excited to see what sort of more difficult bosses are down the line, if these are the ones that you play in like the opening hours of the game.
Yeah, Cerberus, easy boss.
Yeah, Cerberus is the easy boss. But yeah, there seems like there's just so much magic to fool around with. I'm really jazzed to play the final game. I found a friend actually who's willing to go in on a double pack with me, so I'm all set.
I think that I'm going to go for the digital version because I had to buy a 32 gig memory card for my Vita because of the Phantasy Star Online 2. And now that I have so much space, I think I'm going digital with Soul Sacrifice because I don't want to ever sell it or not have it with me.
That's the thing, is that like I do too, but it's cheaper for the double pack.
Yeah, it's so much cheaper.
But I mean, yeah, I'm after this demo, I'm completely sold on this game. I'm really excited to play the single player, which is weird. And I'm really excited to play more of the multiplayer because Lord knows I probably put like 7 hours into that thing alone. If you have a Vita, I suggest you try switching over to the Japanese side if you can, and downloading the demo because it is a blast.
Yeah, even if you don't have a second memory card, because the switching accounts now requires you to format your memory card because the account is memory card locked.
And Sony is stupid.
Yeah, transfer the stuff to your PC or your PS3. I did it before when I bought the card, and transferring 16 gigs took me around an hour.
Okay.
Restoring it took about an hour as well, so if you can sacrifice 2 hours of your time, you can try this.
Your soul will be in peace. I saw what you just tried to there with sacrificing. You should be ashamed.
Sorry, pun not intended.
Right.
One more thing about the demo though is that, well, I've played it for about 10 hours, I think. After a while I started playing with random people because none of the friends were online. And, well, we did really good. I got like those 400... For 400 points you get the best rewards. It's the highest rank possible. And I still got some magic that I haven't even seen before.
Yeah, there's so much there.
Yeah, I was really baffled. It's just a demo. What are you doing?
I will say too, I actually only played with randoms. And with Monster Hunter, I feel like that would not ever be a good idea. But I only played with randoms for about 7 hours, and I had a blast all the time. People were, of course, polite and everything. I think because the lobby structure is really simple, but it's not, I don't know, like, I've been playing Monster Hunter, 3G Ultimate or whatever for the Wii U, and getting into online games is such a pain in the ass. And
really?
with this, it was just like, okay, go to online mode, open up room. Like, what quest do you want to play? This one. Okay, put in your specifics. Do you want like do you want to slant it toward new people or like veterans or whatever? 3 people join the room. You can send little chat things and change your weapons and stuff, and boom, off to the quest. Whereas with like, granted, this game wasn't designed to be online initially, so I mean, there's that. But it's kind of convoluted and a little bit annoying to get hooked up over there. So hopefully, Monster Hunter 4 can learn a little bit from this.
Yeah, let's hope so.
I hope so. But yeah, Soul Sacrifice can be awesome.
Yeah, it will be. I really hope it sells well. Because
I do too.
Game really this good with this good demo.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Sony, balls in your court, man. No Monster Hunter 4 in the month of March, so it's all yours.
Yeah, really. I liked how Capcom bailed from releasing it the same month as Soul Sacrifice.
I really want to know what the reasoning was behind it, because, I mean, it's Monster Hunter, the name alone, it's not like that was actually a battle that Soul Sacrifice could win. We all know that.
That's true, yeah.
So it's like, what was their reason for bailing out? Because it just seems so suspicious. But, yeah. So that's Soul Sacrifice.
So, before we wrap up, I just want to go through... We got some tweets and emails. I wanted to go through some of these tweets. Is that okay with you guys?
Tweets and emails, yeah.
Yeah, okay, good. So, you got a bit of a jingle going on?
Tweets and emails, yeah.
Ouch. Okay, so... There's a guy called Brian who emailed us, and he's got a bit of a serious question. He says, I've got a question which isn't entirely video game related. He says, I'm currently in my final year at uni in Britain, and I'm currently on a teaching placement program, teaching 1 day a week. I'm considering moving to Japan full time, and I'm weighing up applying to teach in Japan for a year, yeah. So, however, I'm covered in tattoos, inclusive neck, hands, and here's the video game tie-in. He says he's got, Disco Vampire, Ash, and Pikachu on his neck and hands. He says, how would this affect me both professionally and on a day-to-day basis? Anyone got tattoos?
Nope.
Yep.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. It's actually a relevant question to me. Something I've always wanted to know, because I'm hoping to go over to Japan this year and want to know how it's going to affect me.
Okay, so DC, do you have tattoos?
I don't. I have a couple of friends who, I have one friend in particular who is in the same, not in the same situation. He's covered in tattoos too. He's also got quite a few facial piercings that are very obvious, and up until recently, bright blue hair. I won't mention where he's worked, but yeah, fairly high-profile professional companies in Japan, and I don't think it's particularly been too much of an issue for him. I don't think I'm speaking obviously second, third hand here, but he's been able to have a successful career here in prominent companies, and whether it's been all plain sailing is another question. Strangely enough, one of my friends who is a Middlesbrough fan, and he has a Middlesbrough, has the Middlesbrough badge on his back.
Right.
He's had more trouble, or he seems to have had more trouble than my other friend. He has to wear a huge patch over it whenever he goes into public baths or anywhere where other people can see him, and he's had quite a few people say things to him like, well, cover it up, because obviously the connection is tattoos equals Yakuza, and therefore there is that connection. How it would be for teaching, I wouldn't know.
I don't know. I don't know any teachers with any tattoos or visible tattoos. I know teachers with tattoos, but they're covered.
Yeah, no visible. I knew a few guys with tattoos, but nothing visible.
Yeah, if it was visible, I don't think it's going to fly too well. Because I remember back in the day when I applied for one company in the UK, they were doing like UK interviews for placements in Japan, and I just went just to see what was going on. And at the time I had a piercing at the top of my ear, the very top, and they told me to take that out. Mm-hmm. They said that won't fly, take that out. And
schools tend to be really, really, really conservative in Japan, right? They're the ones who are going to be the most strict about that kind of thing.
Yeah. I see. I mean, maybe if you're able to cover it, and I don't know, and if the school asks, maybe you could say it's a scar or something, or I don't know, a birthmark you're covering. I don't know, but I don't know any teacher with visible tattoos, and I know teachers who do have tattoos. They're very afraid of showing them. So whenever they obviously, if there's a sports day coming up, they plan and prepare for their tattoo to be covered. So if they have to take off the shirt or something, or they go swimming with the kids or something. There's no chance of the kids actually seeing it, and then putting a patch over it. So it's already patched before he gets in the pool or wherever. So yeah, I see that as a problem in school. I don't see it much as of a problem within a workplace, a work environment, in an office or wherever. But yeah, within schooling, I see it as a bit of a problem. But what you might want to do is you might want to get some photographs taken of what it looks like, and maybe email some schools and basically just put it out there and see what they say.
Yeah, I wouldn't hide it from them. I mean, that's not saying that like it's a definite. I mean, I think it would be pretty hard with it, but hiding it from him and then them finding it out would be a bigger problem than being upfront about it. You would definitely have to be upfront about it with them. Yeah. Because if they're not cool with it, it's going to be a problem if they find out afterwards. A huge problem afterwards. But if they're cool with it from the start, then you can get lucky, I guess, maybe, but definitely be upfront about it. I would not be upfront.
Yes. That's what I'd say as well. Definitely be upfront about it.
If it's on the neck and hands, it's got to be hard to hide. I mean, you'd have to wear a turtleneck and gloves, right?
Yeah, pretty much. And because, it sounds like weird, but even like Japanese teachers themselves, like what they can really do is kind of limited. Like they really, they have rules themselves. Like the students have rules. Like the teachers have rules. Like it's not just no tattoos. Like there's pretty kind of strict dress code even for the teachers themselves. Like it's all kind of stick to this as natural as you are a human being kind of thing. So the tattoos, which are of course have the ties in here to Yakuza, but even those other things, piercings and stuff like that, that's not just you're a foreigner, so tie it down. Like everyone does it, and it's expected of everyone to do it. So that's what makes the problem.
Right, totally agree. But yeah, just be as open as you can about it.
And I would not get my hopes up about landing a teaching job in Japan if you're covered in tattoos, quite frankly.
Right, yeah. Unfortunately.
It's probably not going to happen, but you never know. So,
alrighty. Okay, so let's go into the tweets. Cheesy, you want to take the first one?
Yes. Apricot Sushi asks, what are your favorite traditional Japanese New Year's foods? And this food question is in honor of Crackalakin Z.
Yeah. Go on then.
I don't like Japanese New Year's foods.
Me neither.
Same here. And I'm pretty good with Japanese food, but the New Year's food is just it's all pickled essentially, and it's all cold.
And you've got red bean rice, which I don't like the flavor of. And
I hate red bean.
Yeah.
And the black-eyed shrimp. Oh god, the black-eyed shrimp. Actually, you know what? No, there is one thing I like. My favorite would be the black beans.
I hate the black beans.
With the gold foil on top.
No.
I like those. I like those. But that's the only thing I really like. And I'm pretty good with Japanese food. I eat some weird things that people are like, oh god, how do you know? The New Year's food, yeah, that's just rough for me.
Yeah, I can't do the New Year. I cannot do Japanese New Year food. I don't touch any of it. Yeah, I mean, it all looks nice. The presentation is beautiful on these beautiful dishes with gold leaf on the edge of the rim of the plate. But yeah, the presentation is beautiful. But damn, I cannot do any of it.
Yeah, everywhere you look at grocery stores just prior to New Year's, you will see something called kagami mochi, which are these layers of mochi, the rice paste. Rice paste.
It's rice. It's basically rice just smashed together for hours and hours with a big hammer.
Right. So it gets into this Play-Doh consistency, and they're rolled into these sort of oval shapes.
Yeah, it looks like
one on top of another.
Yeah, it looks like a snowman. Imagine a snowman, a two-tier snowman.
It's topped with a mikan, which is what do we
tangerine.
Say that? Yeah, it's kind of like a tangerine.
Yeah, and then you got that
Mandarin orange.
Mandarin orange.
A Mandarin orange. Yeah, but I mean, old people die eating that stuff every year.
I was about to say exactly the same thing. My wife usually gives me the running tally.
Oh no!
It's always young children and old people. I mean, it happens every year. There's always
and kids as well. I mean, they give it to kids as well. I mean, it's really sticky. It's extremely sticky, and it's really thick as well. And yeah, kids and old people choke on it every year and die.
It's more for decoration than for eating, though.
Yeah, no, but they still eat it. The amount of mochi my family's been through since like New Year is ridiculous.
Yeah, my wife eats so much mochi this time of year.
Yeah, honest to God, I couldn't believe how much of the stuff was in the house. I was frankly scared, and I'm constantly scared every time my wife gives my kids mochi to eat. I don't want to do it, you know.
I'm so glad my wife doesn't like mochi.
Yeah, no, mine do. They all like it. So I don't eat rice anymore anyway. So I'm kind of okay. Okie dokie. Eric, you want to take the next one?
Yes. Kusoge of the year. That's an easy one. That would be Gravity Days.
What?
Zing.
Boo!
Wow, you troll master.
Next.
Gravity Days is the RedSunGamer 2012 Game of the Year, not a Kusoge.
It's definitely not a Kusoge. I'm trying to think. I haven't really played a Kusoge recently.
I'm going to say the boobs game. What was it? Is it
Senran Kagura?
Yeah, that one.
I would agree that would be the Kusoge of the year.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Bust, right? Bust.
Burst.
Oh, burst.
Bust.
Sorry, burst. But bust, I think's better. It's coming to Vita as well, right?
Yeah.
No, it's a new game.
Oh, is that a new game? But
Shinobi Versus is an actual game in 3D.
Oh God. Okay. Yeah, I did. Johnny, didn't you buy this game as well?
Yes, it is indeed. Both of them.
You bought both of them?
Mm-hmm.
2 tits to play with. Good. Anyways, so you enjoyed it?
Yeah.
What? How?
Yeah, good. Good question. How?
For the gameplay, it's actually pretty decent.
Really?
Isn't it really repetitive?
Yeah, but it's not really that long of a game anyway.
No, it's pretty trudging when you're going through it. I mean, especially when you're presented with the visual novel portions. Have you been reading those, or?
No. I skip those, really, yeah.
Oh, yeah. See, I can't not read text in Japanese, so I'm sitting there. It's like 10 minutes later, I'm still reading. It's like, oh, come on.
This isn't Steins Gate. I want to play boobies.
Yeah, so it just get really bogged down. And it's like the gameplay itself is just jump, slice, and dash over to another spot and slice. And it's just, that's all there is.
Yeah, that's my Kuso game of the year.
Kusoge, by the way, means shit game.
Yeah, bad game. Kusoge. Yeah, excellent. Alrighty, DC, you want to take the next one?
Okie dokie. Quite an easy one from Silent.
Hang on, actually,
it isn't really a question, is it?
No, don't do that one because we've kind of already answered it, right?
Yeah.
Game of the year stuff.
Kiev Descent. Too late for the podcast, but is Christmas a big deal in Japan?
Christmas Eve is.
Yeah, Christmas Eve is usually a holiday, right? It's a
holiday. It's more of a day for couples as well, to go dating and have a meal together. But Christmas Day, no, my daughter was meant to be in school.
Yeah, and I was in the office on Christmas Day.
Yeah,
I took the day off.
The easiest way to explain Christmas in Japan, it's kind of like the backwards of the rest of the world, maybe. Christian, but I mean, even I wasn't much of a Christian family. Christmas was a family thing, and New Year's was go with your friends, and it's kind of backwards. New Year's is the family thing here, and Christmas couples get together, or maybe friends will even do something.
Compact.
That's kind of the simple way of saying it, I think.
Yeah, so, and people eat KFC on Christmas because they think that's what you're meant to do.
That's what I did.
Oh, you did?
I did. It's good.
Sorry. I ate a turkey. I bought a turkey. I did the full Christmas dinner.
Screw that. Too much work.
What do you mean? No, it's worth it, man. You sit down, you spend 6 hours doing a Christmas meal, and the family appreciate it. Trust me.
I spent 6 minutes driving out to KFC, and everyone appreciated it.
You lazy bastard. You lazy bastard. Yeah, man. I did a turkey. We've got an oven. Ovens are very, very, very rare in Japan as well, by the way.
Yeah, that's the big thing.
Everyone goes, "Oh, I've got an oven," and you go, "No, that's a toaster."
Yeah.
That's not an oven. That's a toaster. No, I've got an oven. No, that is not a effing oven. That's a toaster.
Tiny. You can't fit a turkey in there barely.
Yeah, you can't fit a chicken in it. You know, so
yeah, it's really hard.
You can't even fit a decent sized fish in it either. But yeah, no, they're toaster ovens, and they're not ovens at all. But no, we got a proper oven. So yeah, I did the whole turkey thing, and with the cranberry sauce and the gravy, and yeah, I got brownie points for that, dudes.
Nice.
Yes. So yeah, Christmas is no deal in Japan at all. So my daughter was meant to go to school, but I was like, nah, she ain't going to school.
Family day.
Yeah, it's a family day, and my wife was like, no, she meant to go to school. And I was like, nah, sorry. This doesn't happen. Anyways, next. Johnny, you want to go with this next one?
Okay. Common Rider 1 asks, did you ever have a heavily anticipated game that left you feeling disappointed afterwards? What game and why?
Ooh.
Who's going to go first?
Heavily anticipated. Chainsaw, Lollipop Chainsaw. Just felt it was just too slow.
But was it heavily anticipated?
Yeah, it was, because I played it at I played it at TGS 2011, and obviously they were really far into the game, so a lot of the combos and that were already open, so it felt a lot of fun. But then I got it, and obviously I wasn't so far into the game, obviously, because I've just bought it. And yeah, it just felt slow to me. I was like, oh god, it felt like a grind. And that was my disappointing game of the year anyway.
I don't think this specified a time limit, though.
Yeah, if there's no time limit, Catherine.
Catherine.
Super hyped for Catherine. I was like, this is going to be great. And then when I started playing it, and that friggin' control.
Blasphemy.
It was just, I couldn't get into it. I hated it. I was just
that was my game of the year last year. Oh
yeah,
my God.
one of my games of the year as well last year. I thought it was
so good.
Amazing.
It was amazing. I love that game.
I couldn't do it. It just let me down. No.
Okay. Cheesy.
Disappointing games. Oh.
Heavily anticipated.
Heavily anticipated, but disappointing. Give me a minute. Come back to me.
Okie dokie. Johnny?
I don't really think there's been any that have really heavily anticipated. If I'm really looking forward to something, I'm generally hyped for it, you know. It usually doesn't leave me.
I mean, it's got to be different for you, though, because you import a lot of games, and you're spending a lot of money on them, so you spent a lot of money on it, you get it imported, you've been waiting for weeks and weeks and weeks to get it, and you've been watching everyone else online playing it and tweeting about it, and then you get it, and then what?
Yeah, I tell you what was one, actually, that Kokuga on 3DS, the G-Rev tank game, that was a bit disappointing.
Yeah, a few of us were like, yeah, it's going to be great, and then we sort of played it, and it was slow and clunky and just didn't go anywhere.
Sorry, what game was that?
Kokuga.
Ah, right, yes.
The 3DS shooter. But it's slow and not very interesting. I sold it on pretty quickly.
Yeah, you finish it in an hour or so.
An hour?
Yeah.
How much did you spend on it?
£40, I think.
£40. So that's in US, that's about what, 60?
Yeah, 65.
$65?
Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah, obviously Martin and obviously Johnny have the same thing, but when you're importing, especially in the UK, I don't know what it's like now, but when I got the Dreamcast, the import games were like, £70. I think,
Yeah.
when Shenmue came out, it was 120.
120, yeah, I remember that.
Oh, now you can pick it up for 500 yen.
Yeah. So it's it's amazing. But yeah, when you're in the UK, it really hurts to import. So
Well, that's generally why I go for the Asian versions, which are
I
a
mean
lot cheaper.
that's the big thing that's happened. Since when I was in the UK, which is a good 13 years ago, it's you were basically stuck importing Japanese versions. But yeah, the Asian versions. I mean, even here in Japan, I tend to get Asian versions when I can. Unless it's if it's a Japanese game and I want to play it in Japanese, I'll obviously get the Japanese version. But yeah, the Asian versions are like half price almost.
Wow. Yeah. Oh well. I think. Shall we go next question?
Oh, I've got my disappointing game.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go.
I still have to talk too.
And in recent history, it would be Final Fantasy 13.
Huh.
Oh yeah.
I was really excited for this game. It was Square Enix's big RPG on the PS3, and it took forever to come out. And Lightning looked like a really cool character, and you get into the game, and it's just a tunnel. You're just walking down this long,
corridor,
very linear tunnel, and there are very few branching paths, and you basically stroll off down this alley, collect the item at the end of the alley, and then go back to the main path.
I'm going to mute my microphone right
Okay.
Is about to...
Is he having rage?
He's going to scream some expletives.
I'm back, and I feel happy now.
In protest of my evaluation of the game.
That's kind of funny, though, because my biggest disappointment, my easily biggest video game disappointment ever was Final Fantasy 12. I was looking forward to that game so much. It was one of the first new... I had imported old Japanese video games, retro games for a while when I was in the States, but this was like one of the first new Japanese games I imported it. And I imported it and I played it, and I hate that game so much. God, I hate that game. But anyway, that was a big disappointment for me. It's 12. I love 13. 12 I hate. Anyway, next question.
Next question. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Was it Farming Boy 044 says yes. Can you guys speculate on how the next gen consoles will be received in Japan?
Not well at all.
Not at all.
Yeah.
We probably asking. I want to carry it with me. Can I put it in my bag?
Yeah.
It's not. It's not portable. I'm not interested.
We've already got the new portable systems, right?
Yeah. Next gen's already here.
Yeah, Japan's very different to the West. It's all portable now.
I mean, I just can't even think what they could do to get people back on. Like, let's face it, the Xbox is probably going to bomb, even if it's absolutely spectacular and twice as powerful as everything else. It just won't.
Right.
That brand is tainted, and it's just too hard to get it back. So then you're down to Sony, and it's like, well, what first parties can maybe if the next Gran Turismo is amazing, maybe if Last Guardian is absolutely fantastic, but
even then,
it's I just can't see it. Unless it maybe Dragon Quest or it would need to be something massive and very early in the lifespan, and that doesn't suit anyone really. So it's like a catch-22 situation. So I just don't see it happening. Plus, I have a feeling that Nintendo's long ball game is, when these consoles come out, they'll just slash. The Wii U will be slashed in price. I mean, I'm pretty certain that it's just fairly soft launch we've got now, and they weren't ready. But by the time, Nintendo are going to be in a good position to get, maybe half the price that they've got now. And that's going to hurt, Sony and Microsoft, because I just don't think the Japanese care.
Wait. Wii U at half price by the time the PS4 comes out?
I think it might be heading towards there. Definitely to 20. If we say, let's say, it gets to 20,000, something like that.
I can see it being marked down 5,000 yen by the end of the year, but that's kind of pushing it.
But if it's down 5,000 yen,
you didn't think the 3DS would have been 10,000 yen cheaper 6 months after it was launched?
Yeah,
I mean, and that was a handheld, a Nintendo
that was kind
handheld.
of an extreme case.
Yeah, well, I think so is the Wii U. When it'll be extreme when the other guys come out with their big machines.
I don't think it's 10,000 yen overpriced right now.
Well, it's only 10,000 yen it's only 10,000 yen overpriced for the big model, right? If you slash 5,000 from the base model, then you're basically at 20,000 yen, right?
Yeah, I could see that happening this year later on, but it's hard to say.
I'm not 100% convinced that, people are saying that it's being sold at a loss. That might be a sleight of hand. I think they're probably doing all right off the Wii U.
Yeah.
Probably. It's Nintendo, right?
But like I said, it doesn't matter. I mean, if Microsoft and Sony launch their machines, they're 40,000, it walks into a cheaper Wii U that suddenly has a new Dragon Quest, a Mario Kart, the Japanese won't care. In the West, they'll sell massive amounts, but here I just don't see it.
Yeah,
they've got something significantly big.
I mean, and the Wii U has something, whether or not that's, what? Hold on, let me talk again. Okay, the Wii U has something. Like, the Wii U has its whole little, screen controller thing going on for it. Like, what is the PS4 going to give that might even make people interested in it? Like, that's the thing. It's
well, what I've heard, it's all about the controller.
Move standard?
Yeah,
no, there's a big focus on the controller, and it's going to be from what I've heard, it's
going to be the Vita, right?
It's revolutionary. No, it's totally different.
Yes, yeah. There's I think both Microsoft and Sony haven't shown everything yet. I don't think there's lots of rumors floating around. I don't think it's just another more powerful console for either of them. There's other things not announced yet.
I think it's a slightly different focus. I mean, I think the power is going to be there. It's going to be a big step up, but I think they're going to take the focus elsewhere. I mean, Nintendo have taken the focus away from the home TV to basically you can play anywhere within the house. So they've taken the TV away. So I think it's up to the other guys to do something maybe similar. But I think the other two guys, I think Microsoft are going to go with power punch obviously for the Western market, because that's what Western markets kind of demand. Whereas I think Sony are not in that kind of position to do the power, because I don't think they have the money behind them anymore. So I think they'll go with maybe a big step up from the PS3, but not a massive step that everyone's thinking. But I think they're going to go with something that's very different, and I think the controller is going to be the thing that's different, much like Nintendo's controller.
Backflips in front of the TV? Is that what it is?
Back touch on your TV? Yeah, sure. You're going to be able to put your TV in the middle of the room and be able to run around it. That would be awesome. I'll play that. So, yeah. Anybody else? Johnny? It's quiet.
Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. It's tough looking at it, this early.
Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, the big thing that I'm hoping for, which might help it, is just a complete reset where we get new IP. I mean, I can't be bothered playing another Halo or another Gears of War. I want something completely different. And if that's all, if the launch lineup is Halo 5 and that sort of game, I just don't care. I want something different. So, I mean, it just depends what they roll out. I mean, they need something. Both of them need something for Japan, especially. But I just can't see what's going to come. So,
Ridge Racer will save all.
Man, more Ridge Racer for Wii U launch. That's kind of a sad thing. I thought with it going on 3DS that we'd maybe see it on Wii U.
But it's kind of a slap in the face. Huh?
I was expecting Nintendo to release, the arcade Mario Kart game.
Yeah, the thing with Namco, right?
Yeah, the Namco one. I thought they would have at least attempted to do something along those lines, but nope. I would have thought that would have been kind of an easy port as well. I mean, it's got the camera in it as well.
Yeah. It's also a couple years old.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It would have been quite easy to port, right? And then you got a launch game, Mario Kart game.
Yeah, I just wonder if that's an internal thing where they don't want it's their, it's their franchise, and they don't want to release something that's not, fully theirs.
Yeah, I don't know if they would be too kosher with having Namco properties inside of Mario Kart where they wouldn't be in a position to control re-releases down the line.
Well, they had the Namco had the Mario in the Tekkens.
That's a good point. But then it's just costumes shifts, right? Whereas,
but still,
the Mario Kart game is Pac-Man and the ghosts and everything, right? It's quite.
Yeah, I mean it is different, but yeah.
Plus, I think that's one of the ones that's probably their big gun for this Christmas, right? Will be Wii U Mario Kart.
Mario Kart 8.
Yeah,
I could see that happening.
Yeah, well, you'd hope so, right?
I mean, it's got to be inevitable, right? It's been on every single Nintendo system since the Super NES. Aside from the Virtual Boy.
So their E3 is they've got to come out with like the army behind them.
Yeah, we've got to see some big guns show up at E3. But
I think we're going to see a Smash coming soon. Really, you don't?
I would not expect it until at least next year.
Yeah, they
might have to mock something up at this point.
It all depends. Maybe a character intro video, but certainly not any gameplay.
Oh, we know.
But they need time to play PlayStation All-Star Battle, don't they?
I mean,
need to rip that up first.
Yeah, but we know. The Wii came out in 2006. We saw Smash 2007 E3, and they came out in 2008.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm not saying it would come out this year. I just think we're going to see it eventually.
Yeah,
maybe.
I really think they need to come out guns blazing at E3, though, because E3 is going to be packed.
Yeah, there are going to be 2 new consoles being shown, right?
Well, potentially more. You got like that NVIDIA Shield.
Oh yeah, you've got them coming out of the woodwork now.
Yeah,
right?
so yeah, Nintendo really. I mean, if they want to succeed in the West, they need to come out like blowing everyone's doors off.
Let's see some software.
Yeah. So there you go. Okie dokie. Last question, Cheesy. You want to take it?
Yes. Beautiful Bo asks, "What was your New Year's resolution?"
Don't do New Year's resolution. It's not my bag.
You resolve not to make any.
No, I don't. Yeah. What's the point? There's no point, right?
So isn't that in itself a resolution?
Yeah. There you go. My resolution is not to have a resolution. Yeah. There you go.
Isn't that a paradox?
Probably. The world's going to explode.
Yeah. I think so.
Well, it was meant to, but the Mayans got it wrong, so...
yeah. Well, I don't know. The webpage I was looking at exploded.
Oh, it did?
Yeah. As soon as the winter solstice occurred, the page exploded, and yeah.
What did the URL go down as well?
And then it came up with
A
like
404
403 access error.
That would have been funny if it did.
No, it did. Seriously.
Oh, it did?
Yeah, it did.
Excellent. The countdown timer on the domain.
Yeah, I was looking at timeanddate.com. They had a Mayan countdown calendar. So I was watching them tick down the seconds until the winter solstice, when some people were claiming was going to be the end of the world, which is obviously totally inane.
Yeah, but you were tweeting about it. You thought it was funny.
I thought it was funny. I wasn't one of those people who were hiding in their shelters all day. I was at work.
Okay, fair enough. Okie dokie. Okay, so I think we've come. DC, any resolution?
Get myself off pretty much every game forum that I can, maybe with one exception, but yeah, just quit the internet. Not quit the internet, but just quit spending time on forums has been my resolution. So I've requested permabans in pretty much all the places I usually frequent. So that's been good. I play more games, spending more time with the family. So,
speaking of family, you have a new addition.
I do. Thank you.
Yay!
Congratulations, sir. You have a new
Thank you.
new son, right?
Two sons.
2 sons.
So 1 4 and 1 just born. Well, 1 nearly 4 and 1 just born. And it's great. I love being a dad. I suck at it a bit, but learning as each day goes by. It's a lot of fun. And my wife was just absolutely stellar throughout all of it. She had a rough time of things, and she was absolutely incredible through it. So I mean we're all happy and back in the house. It's all good.
It was an early Christmas present, right?
Yeah, 19th of December.
19th of December. No prezzies for Christmas, eh?
No, he's getting nothing.
Bummer.
Excellent. What about the... do you want to say his name?
Oh, go on then. Lorenco Paolo.
Oh, can you say that again?
Lorenco Paolo.
This is a Spanish influence there. What's the reason behind it?
My wife's family is Portuguese, so our first kid is Felipe, and the second kid is Lorenco. Funky names.
Yeah. So how do they go down in Japan when you have funny names like that? I'm not saying that they're funny. I'm not trying to be weird. I'm saying different names, because my son's name is Hayden.
Yeah.
And he gets some funny looks. Oh, Aiden. There's an electronics store called Aiden.
Oh no!
And everyone tries to make fun, like it's a funny joke.
Yeah, it's been fine. I mean, especially my elder son is just a comedian, so he gets away with anything. So we'll just have to see how Lorenco sits with the other one as he gets older. But hopefully Japan's a little bit more sort of globalized when they get a bit older, so that will help. If not,
right,
I might be screwed.
Yeah, right. Japan becoming globalized. Nah. Did you hear about that thing about the cleanup of Fukushima? All the soil is radioactive, right? And the radioactive soil that they're trying to clean up, they've been having bids from other companies from other countries saying that, we can help clean up. And one of the cleanup guys who's in charge of it all, he said, we don't really want foreigners because they'll scare all the old people.
What?
We can't have
a massive amount of radiation we want.
Yeah, so he was like, we can't have foreigners roaming the fields cleaning because we'll scare the old people. I was like, what?
Foreigners scarier than radiation.
I was like, wow, really? You're gonna say that? That's awful. I mean, we're only coming over here to help you. You know what I mean? And then I hope you don't get the Tokyo Olympics.
Ooh.
That's racist, man. They shouldn't be saying shit like that, especially when countries and people are essentially putting their life on the line to try and help you out. You know what I mean?
Isn't applying for the Olympics just a big invitation to foreigners to come and visit?
Yeah. Exactly. So
that's what it entails.
It should be a new Olympic sport, isn't it? Scaring the old people. Just have all the foreigners come, land in Narita, and then scare all the old people, get off the plane.
It would certainly help with the disproportionate age problem, right?
Yeah. It's a huge age problem over here. Anyways, we're rambling, sir. So I think we should wrap it up, right?
Unless Eric or Johnny had any New Year's resolutions.
New Year's resolutions are a crock of crock. They're the worst thing you can do.
Okay, Johnny?
Not really.
Yeah, I didn't really have any myself. Right? Just another day.
Yeah, just another day, right? I think we should wrap it up then, eh?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Okay, so if you would like to follow us on the Twitter, I am DJMizuhara on Twitter. Eric?
Revenant Kyoku.
Excellent.
Cheesemeister 3K.
Excellent. DC?
DCharlie JP.
Excellent. Johnny?
JRD_84.
Excellent. You can find us on the NeoGAF. We have a thread. We're also on retroids.com, where we also live over there. Give us a like on Facebook. Oh, iTunes reviews. Yes, if you start writing iTunes reviews, we might read some out. So that was episode 54 of the RedSunGamer podcast. Let's go to some of this.